The committee will come to order. Ambassador Tai, thank you for appearing here today. It is my pleasure to welcome you back to the best committee in Congress, where you served with great distinction. As you know, American families, they want and need results. They have lost 2 months of wages in the Biden economy. Wholesale prices are continuing to weigh on small businesses, and our economy continues to struggle. Making matters worse, President Biden has left American workers on the sidelines, surrendered our economic advantage to China, and refused to consult with Congress. To be clear, a country that cannot supply their own demand for food, energy, and medicine, but must instead rely on other nations to fulfill those basic needs, they are no longer independent, but they are politically dependent. Given that this is your first time appearing before the Ways and Means Committee in the new Republican majority, I believe today's hearing is an opportunity to establish a new path forward to put American workers first and hold China accountable. U.S. trade policy has historically been bipartisan. For example, President Trump's USMCA strengthened the trade relationship between North American countries and gave us stronger enforcement mechanisms to stand up for American workers. I'm glad to see some positive developments with regard to enforcement to ensure fairness for American farmers and energy producers competing in Canada and Mexico. But the American people expect us to go further and to use the tools at our disposal to level the playing field for our workers, farmers, and job creators. Without a trade agenda that puts workers and jobs first, the United States is falling behind China and other competitors. China is forging ahead with an aggressive trade agenda that cheats America. It shapes the global playing field in its favor and threatens key American supply chains and the livelihoods of American farmers and workers. But rather than lead on trade, the Biden administration's tax and trade policies surrender the world's customers to China and allow it to profit using taxpayer dollars. The U.S. must be clear about the Chinese Communist Party's human rights abuses and predatory trade practices and work to stop them. The Phase 1 agreement negotiated by President Trump included specific enforcement provisions, yet for some reason, the administration has yet to provide a comprehensive accounting of China's compliance. Ambassador Tai, that should be a no-brainer, and we would love to hear that information. In the meantime, the committee is prepared to take common sense steps to strengthen our supply chains and reduce our dependence on China. That includes more U.S. production and deeper cooperation with allies. But during hearings in West Virginia and in Oklahoma, witnesses representing America's farmers, the energy producers, and manufacturers told this committee that they are hamstrung by red tape and the Biden administration's new taxes. They deserve better. The Biden administration, unfortunately, has refused to recognize that the Constitution requires Congress to be at the center of U.S. trade policy. Through so-called trade frameworks, that sidesteps Congress and failed to establish durable agreements. This administration is fueling the supply chain crisis and plunging American workers, farmers, and manufacturers into prolonged uncertainty. Endless dialogues and frameworks are no substitute for exercising Congress's constitutional authority and giving the American people a voice over trade. In order to succeed, this administration must recognize that Congress is in the driver's seat in setting priorities and deciding whether to approve any trade agreements. And trade at its core function should be used to benefit the American people and increase the wealth of our nation and our economy. Trade plans are only worthwhile so much as they accomplish those goals and advance the well-being of the American people we all serve. Ambassador, I am extremely optimistic that we can work together and deliver some real results for the American people. Together, we can stand up for workers and farmers and manufacturers, build on USMCA's progress, hold the Chinese Communist Party accountable, strengthen our supply chains, and restore American leadership in the world. I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We want to welcome back Ambassador Tai, one of the distinguished alums of the House of Representatives, and we're thrilled with the emphasis that she has placed upon the enforcement of these trade agreements. She, with me and the members of this, our side, along with former Chairman Brady, we for months, day after day after day, renegotiated USMCA. I think perhaps the Chairman and I have a slightly different version of how that happened, but we would also recall that in the end, 193 Republicans voted for the agreement and 195 Democrats voted for a trade agreement that was endorsed by the AFL-CIO and the Teamsters Union. Almost unheard of, and thanks in many ways to the guidance that you offered along the way. U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Business Roundtable, Teamsters, and the AFL-CIO endorsed that trade agreement. So this is your first appearance, and we want to congratulate not just you, but President Biden on a strong and sustainable recovery that is focused on workers. More jobs have been created under his leadership in the last 2 years than on any other president's time in a full term. Wages are on the rise, and our investments in supply chains and infrastructure are bringing back Made in America. This is how you rebuild an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, and I'm grateful for your leadership in connecting this to our worker-centric trade agreement. As our nation's lead trade negotiator, you've put American workers and businesses first, strengthening relationships with global allies. And under your leadership, we are now used to USMCA's rapid response labor mechanism, which you've applied 7 times already, standing up for workers' rights and showing the world what's possible with strong enforcement mechanisms. Last year, the committee took decisive action on a bipartisan basis to hold Russia accountable for its horrific, unprovoked war in Ukraine. We banned Russian energy imports and suspended normal trade relations to inflict substantial economic pressure on Putin's regime. Ambassador Tai, I encourage you to continue working with our partners and allies in isolating Putin and improving global supply chain resiliency. Even in the face of these atrocities, we've seen unparalleled unity amongst our allies. Now is the time to capitalize on our connections and strengthen our economic ties, especially in Europe and Africa. I've had the opportunity to visit with the World Trade Organization last year. I've met with many of our allies yearning for a deeper U.S. engagement, so I applaud your commitment to strengthening the institutions and commend you for delivering a successful outcome for MC12. I've seen firsthand the positive impact of WTO as it's had on global commerce, but more reforms are still needed, and you and I know, share that same view, especially with dispute settlement. I share your concerns with recent rulings on national security and also understand clearly that it is the integrity of that organization whose reputation is on the line. You've embraced our climate goals as a key trade priority. Ways and Means Democrats proudly contributed the largest federal investment to protect our climate in the Inflation Reduction Act. And I'm delighted with the fact that many who we might describe as climate deniers are attempting to take advantage of those tax credits. That is a good thing. These types of worker-focused economic trade investments not only protect our planet, but they create good-paying jobs. Strong environmental protections, workers' rights, and human rights are all interconnected, which we established in USMCA and other trade agreements. In combating this crisis, guardrails will need to be put in place to ensure that the environmental problem is not replaced with another substantial challenge. There are plenty of lessons to learn from the past, and climate solutions of the future should be grounded in those lessons. Ambassador Tai, the House Democrats fought hard to establish a new structure for enforcement, and you have followed up on it, and we are grateful for it. USMCA now stands as a powerful beacon for what's possible when it comes to durable enforcement trade agreements, and I credit that work in consensus building to Congress in a bipartisan manner. It's the collaboration between Congress and the executive that allows trade policy to live up to its fullest potential, and in this critical moment, that cannot be forgotten. I saw our Senate colleagues deliver this message yesterday, and I share many of their concerns. We seek long-lasting solutions just as you do, and we firmly believe when done right, trade is a powerful driver of good-paying, quality jobs and a thriving economy. Thanks for being here today. We welcome you back enthusiastically, and I yield the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal. Today's sole witness is United States Trade Representative Ambassador Katherine Tai. The committee has received your written statement, and it will be made part of the formal hearing record. You have 5 minutes to deliver your oral remarks. Ambassador Tai, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, members of this August committee. Congress is our constitutional partner on trade, and I appreciate the opportunity to discuss the President's trade agenda with you today. Under President Biden's leadership, this administration is writing a new story on trade, one that puts working families first and reflects more voices across the American economy, one that advances our global priorities and strengthens democracy here at home and abroad. Whether you have a college degree or not, whether you have 5 employees or 500, whether you are in rural Ohio or in the heart of Baltimore, whether you are a small dairy farmer in Michigan or a steel worker in Pennsylvania, we are restoring fairness to our trade and economic system for you. This means vigorously enforcing existing commitments to reestablish confidence and trust in trade. And this starts with the USMCA, which has a very special relationship with this committee, which Congress and this committee passed on a strong bipartisan basis. We are pressing Canada to ensure that U.S. dairy farmers are treated fairly, finally, and urging Mexico to address our concerns with the energy sector and with agricultural biotechnology. On the latter, we recently requested technical consultations with Mexico under the USMCA, and we will continue to consider all options available under that agreement to fix the problem. Restoring fairness to the system also means empowering workers to compete fairly. We are using the USMCA's rapid response mechanism to promote workers' rights in Mexico, and we're seeing real change and success for workers and independent unions. In the last year, we have secured wins for workers at 4 different facilities. We have ongoing open cases and will continue to work with the government of Mexico. We are also working with the European Union, Japan, Canada, and Mexico actively to eliminate forced labor from global supply chains. Farmers, ranchers, fishers, and food manufacturers are also key to our trade agenda. We've secured real wins over the past few years, and U.S. agricultural exports have reached a record $202 billion in 2022. We brought into force an agreement with Japan to export more beef. We signed a tariff rate quota agreement with the EU to open markets for U.S. rice, wheat, corn, shellfish, and beef. And we have opened access for pork and pecan exports for India. We have a nimble USTR team that is opening markets, and we will continue to work with Congress to find additional opportunities for as many of our stakeholders as we can, especially for the small and medium-sized ones. Speaking of new opportunities, the United States is leading with a positive economic vision around the world, and our partners and our allies are joining us. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is a major priority this year, and we are making significant progress. This framework will level the playing field for American workers and businesses, create more resilient supply chains, boost agricultural exports, build an inclusive digital economy, and help businesses compete in the region. We also kicked off the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity with 11 countries in our hemisphere. Regionalization is an integral part of building resilience in the world economy. By strengthening our relationships with our closest neighbors, we can drive sustainable economic growth and bolster our collective prosperity. We are also deepening ties at the bilateral level. Taiwan is an essential partner, and our U.S.-Taiwan 21st Century Trade Initiative is moving forward. We launched the U.S.-Kenya Strategic Trade and Investment Partnership, and we continue to work with the European Union through the Trade and Technology Council to promote shared economic growth and, importantly, to coordinate our actions against Russia and Belarus. We are making progress on the world's first sectoral arrangement on steel and aluminum trade. This will tackle both emissions and non-market excess capacity, including from the PRC, which threatens American workers and businesses. On the multilateral front, our administration worked with WTO members to deliver tangible outcomes during the last ministerial conference, the first time in a decade, including on COVID-19 vaccines, fisheries subsidies disciplines, and food insecurity. and we are committed to transforming the institution to be more responsive to the rapidly changing global economy and the needs of everyday people. We are also taking full advantage of our APEC host year to build a more durable, resilient, and inclusive Asia-Pacific region. Another component of our trade agenda, of course, is realigning the U.S.-China relationship. That means making groundbreaking investments here at home to compete from a position of strength. That also means renewing our engagement with partners and allies to develop new tools to address the challenges posed by the PRC. The comprehensive 4-year review on the Section 301 tariffs is a part of this realignment. We are taking a deliberate and strategic look at how we can serve our economic interests in light of the PRC's continued unfair policies and practices. Lastly, but certainly not least, USTR will continue to implement our Equity Action Plan and work with the USITC to better understand the distributional effects of trade on American workers. I want to close where I started. Congress is our constitutional partner on trade. The success of our initiatives depends on a robust partnership with all of you. Since last year's trade agenda hearings, USTR has held over 380 congressional consultations, including more than 80 on IPEF alone, and your feedback has been incredibly helpful in informing and guiding our work. I have also heard your concerns about Congress's role on trade and transparency with the public, and I have asked my team to make further enhancements. That includes making it easier for congressional staff to review our negotiating text, releasing public summaries of that text, and holding public stakeholder meetings, especially with groups who traditionally have not been involved in the process. Moving forward, I will continue to work hand in hand with members of Congress, your staff, and the public to develop effective trade policy together. Chairman Smith, I want to say, I agree with you. I feel that there is bipartisan strength behind American trade policies, and there is a lot that we can do together. I look forward to continuing this work in the year ahead with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai. Before we move on to questions, I want to welcome our friend and colleague, Greg Steube, to the dais for the first time since becoming a member of this committee. As many as many of you may know, Greg had a terrible accident earlier this year and was on the mend for some time. And as an example of Greg's passion for this committee and hard work, he was out of the hospital just a few days calling me saying, "Can I still get on my subcommittees? Can you help me get on the right subcommittees?" while he was laying with a neck brace and everything else. But earlier this week, we were at the Republican retreat, and I don't think that there was a dry eye in the room whenever Greg gave his testimony of the miracle that happened that day with Representative Vern Buchanan's staffer that actually saw him at the accident and was able to call the paramedics, and how everything worked right. It was an amazing, amazing story, and I know I speak for everyone in this room, Greg. I welcome you to the Ways and Means Committee, and we are glad you're home. Thank you. And I'd like to recognize Mr. Nill as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're delighted you're back. And I want to say that the Democrats caucused, and we unanimously wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody. It's weird to be on a committee for 2 months and not step foot in the actual room, but this is my first week back, and I want to thank the chairman for his understanding and our leadership that was very understanding of me going through the process to heal. And I want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Quite a few of you reached out to me during that time, and that was a blessing. And it shows that we're all human up here, and we're all up here to do what we've been called to do. So I want to thank you, and I look forward to serving. I look forward to serving with you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Steube. We will now proceed to the questions and answer session, and I will begin. As you know, the Mexican government is violating the terms of USMCA by essentially banning U.S.-grown corn from Mexico's market. Mexico is America's second largest export market for corn. I recently led a bipartisan delegation to Mexico last week where we met with the president of Mexico and delivered the message that Mexico must uphold its USMCA obligations. USTR has taken a critical step by initiating technical consultations with the Mexican government. Effective enforcement is required to protect American workers and farmers, and I will insist on moving forward with dispute settlement if our concerns are not addressed. What are the next steps the administration is prepared to take to ensure enforcement of USMCA in this matter?
Chairman Smith, thank you for your very strong voice and leadership on this issue. The issues here are really critical to the integration of our economies and the longstanding and fruitful partnership in terms of agricultural trade between the United States and Mexico and Canada as well. We requested technical consultations, as you referenced. We are going through a pretty intensive process of our teams sitting down, USTR, with USDA, as well as the Mexican teams. We are looking forward to more helpful clarifications from the Mexican side on exactly how the decree will work and what will be impacted by it. Of course, all of the tools in the USMCA are there for a reason, and we stand ready to make use of those tools to help us to resolve this issue. It's not just a matter of USMCA rules, it is also truly a matter of a vision for our shared prosperity across North America. And the biotechnology, agricultural trade, the corn trade in particular, has been a very important part of the strength of our integrated agricultural markets.
Last week, our delegation also visited Ecuador and Guyana because U.S. engagement in Latin America is vital to securing key supply chains and countering China's influence in that region as well. China is aggressively investing in Latin American countries to spread its influence just as it has done elsewhere in the world. While the United States under this administration has been sitting on the sidelines in a lot of degrees, over 2 years into the administration, we have yet to see a comprehensive strategy on China. What is the administration's plan for a more proactive, aggressive strategy to counter China, not just in Latin America, but globally?
Well, Chairman Smith, as you know, China is the second largest economy in the world, the relationship between the United States and China is one of profound consequence, not just to each of us and our economies and our workers and businesses, but to everyone's in the world at this point for the global economy. I would direct your attention to many of the actions the administration has taken across the board with respect to standing up to Chinese challenges. The PRC practices and policies in the economic area are some of the most, again, important ones for us to take on, but to take on deliberately, strategically, thoughtfully, with a focus on ensuring that realigning our competitive footing with China and the PRC is ultimately effective. So I want to assure you that every day that I am at work as the U.S. Trade Representative, I am in one way or the other working on China issues, either directly or indirectly, as you've noted. I will continue to work closely with you and keep you apprised with respect to specific actions that we may take in the trade lane especially.
Thank you. The committee still has not seen the final product of USTR's China review, and is still guessing when it comes to the administration's views on several policies established under the Trump administration. President Trump's Phase 1 agreement entered into force over 3 years ago, yet this committee has yet to see a full scorecard of China's compliance with the agreement, including on issues related to IP theft and forced tech transfer. When do you think we could see a report on China's compliance?
So I think that you will have seen conclusions from our own analysis in the speech that I gave in October of 2021 in terms of our internal review of the U.S. approach to the China economic relationship over the course of the past several administrations. In terms of, I take your question to be in terms of next steps, specifically with respect to phase one. On this one, let me again commit to staying in close touch with you. This is very much in our sights and something that we spend a lot of time working on.
Thank you. U.S. imports from China currently enjoy most favored nation status due to permanent normal trade relations legislation for China that was passed in 2000 and remain in place today. I recognize that you have maintained the Section 301 tariffs that President Trump imposed, but China otherwise gets preferential treatment when it comes to trade, including qualifying for Column 1 in our harmonized tariff schedule. Given China's aggressive and hostile approach toward the United States, I think it's important that we evaluate all aspects of our relationship, including trade. In addition to our Section 301 tariffs, are there available trade tools you see to hold China accountable?
Chairman Smith, I think that there are a lot of tools that we have been developing over time, and I continue to believe that with respect to our enforcement tools, there are a lot of updates and there's a lot of new tools that we can develop to ensure that this toolbox of enforcement in trade can keep pace with the times. A lot of our enforcement authorities and our statutes date back to 1974, 1988, and probably the most recent ones, 2002. Those are the most significant contributions to the trade toolbox. I think it's high time, if you think about how different the world economy is today from even the early 2000s, that we revisit how we can be most effective in competing in a very different world economy, something that I would be very interested in working with you on.
As you know, child and forced labor abuses are rampant in the production of cobalt and other critical minerals, including in China and the Democratic Republic of Congo. No American taxpayer dollars should fund these horrific practices. Yet the administration is facilitating them through its Green New Deal agenda. At the same time, U.S. cobalt mining has essentially been taken offline in the United States. Is this administration concerned that as it shutters domestic development of cobalt, its new and generous so-called green taxpayer handouts are going to activities that rely on critical minerals extracted through forced labor and child labor?
So, Chairman Smith, I think that you are highlighting a particular problem that also goes back to remarks that you made in your opening relating to critical supply chains and the need for us to have more supply chains and more resilient supply chains. In this area in particular, and I think across the board in terms of trade, we are today in 2023 asking questions that we're not used to asking previously. We now want to know specifically where the links in the supply chain are, who is producing in that supply chain, and how they are producing. This means that our approach to trade needs to evolve. And on critical minerals in particular, I think that what we are doing with respect to the Inflation Reduction Act, how we are thinking about our critical supply chains is changing very quickly. It's evolving, and this is an area as well that I would love to work with you and this committee on in terms of ensuring that the path for economic development for not just the United States, but for the rest of the world, and in particular, those who have systems like ours and values like ours, can continue to be strong and can continue to be sustainable.
Will the so-called critical minerals free trade agreements you are pursuing require Japan and the EU to ban the importation of minerals produced with forced labor before their companies' cars are eligible to receive the tax credits?
So Japan and the EU have been two of our strongest partners in working on the eradication of forced labor actually in all global supply chains. So I am very confident that wherever we may land with those two partners, that this part of our agenda will continue to be strong and apply.
I now recognize the distinguished member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ambassador, in your testimony, you noted that you are writing a new story on trade that puts working families first and creates a more resilient economy. We are delighted with your emphasis on enforcement of these trade agreements. Nothing is done more to diminish the reputation of international trade from the American vantage point than the lack of enforcement. So I know your positions, you've expressed them to me privately, and you've done a great job publicly, but we want clearly a story that has a worker-centered trade policy. Could you speak to that as well as what you were successfully able to do in the USMCA trade agreement based upon the enforcement mechanisms and the aggressive and assertive manner in which you've embraced that concept?
Certainly. I'd be very, very pleased to, and I think that this committee in particular has a lot to be proud of in the USMCA. The USMCA continues to be one of the most important touchstones of the worker-centered trade policy and where we want to grow that policy from. If you think back to the renegotiation of the NAFTA, there were at least two different reasons why NAFTA was renegotiated. One was to update it and modernize it. It had been about 25 years old when that exercise started. The other one was to correct for challenges in that agreement and areas where concerns that were expressed at the outset around labor and environmental dynamics between our economies bore out over our experience with that agreement. So one of the most important innovations and one of the most important keys to why the USMCA was able to garner such broad bipartisan support was the enhancements of the labor and environmental protections in that agreement, and also a labor-specific enforcement mechanism that allows for the piercing through of the agreement to focus on specific facilities and how workers are treated there and whether or not those facilities are denying rights to workers in contravention of not just the agreement, but also Mexican law. Because of this mechanism and because we have been able to successfully use it multiple times now to allow for workers in Mexico to vote for a truly independent union, to secure better wages and better benefits, we are also championing the interests of American workers who have had to compete with those Mexican workers. As a result, we have turned the narrative of trade on its head. We are now offering, through a trade agreement, a mechanism to empower workers. And this runs exactly counter to the narrative that we have collectively struggled against, which is that trade is something that we have done that has been hostile to the interests of our workers. So, to your point, we know that we are onto something, that this is critical to establishing trade as a force for good, that trade works for people, not just big companies. And this is something that we are looking to replicate in our trade engagements through our negotiations and, frankly, through all the conversations that we have with our partners to explain how to make trade a force for good and how to make trade work also for our people.
Given your distinguished history with this committee, I want to also thank you. I know on the inside you are an advocate for the congressional prerogative as it relates to the responsibilities that the Constitution lays to this committee and to the House of Representatives. If you want to use the last 56 seconds just to talk and reemphasize your support for the congressional role, that would be terrific.
So I'm on the administration team, but you all know that I come from this family to the administration. So I'm keenly aware of USTR's own origin story, that we were created by these committees inside the administration, and where we sit at the intersection of the executive and the legislative branches. So that's absolutely right, and I have ideas that I'd like to come back to you and Chairman Smith about to show that there is a bipartisan path for these two co-equal branches to come together to do trade and to do trade right by the American people and by the American economy.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, I also want to welcome you back. You're a big asset on the committee, and everybody knows that, so thank that. You mentioned something before I get into I got a couple other questions. You mentioned that you had an action plan. Is that something you've shared with us? I haven't seen it, but is that something you're willing to do? And I say that because we talked about working together. We want to help you have more success, but if we have a better sense of what that plan is, or we got more time where we can talk about it, because many of us travel overseas and other places, and it helps us, because we meet with our embassies and other things, have a better sense of where we're at, but more importantly, where we're going. So you set an action plan. Is that something you've got that we could get a copy of, or something we can look at or talk about?
So, Mr. Buchanan, absolutely, the answer is yes, but let me just seek a little bit of clarification. An action plan across the board for our trade agenda, or were you asking more specifically about one part of the trade agenda?
I was just looking at what you said. You mentioned the action plan, but let us talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. But I just like the idea of a shared plan, a shared vision with the Congress, with you, so we're all working together, because China is very active and engaged on the planet, and you said the world's different today, so the more we can work together, the more we'll get done. 95% of the jobs, 95% of the jobs are outside the U.S., or the opportunity, 95% of the marketplace, I should say. In Florida, 1 in 5 jobs is trade related, so it's a very, very big deal. I want to talk to you about something we've talked about for a couple of years, and you're very familiar with this, and it's the reauthorization of MTB, Miscellaneous Tariff Bill, and GSP, Generalized Systems of Preferences. This is something, it's a job creator in our state. A lot of companies are saying, why can't we get something done? It's been over 2 years. It should be an easy layup. I know I've worked with my friends on the other side, and we've talked about that. It was something we thought we'd get done a year and a half ago. What is the holdup, and why? And then give us your sense of a commitment to that. It just seems like that's something that should get done fairly quickly.
Well, Mr. Buchanan, I think that there was a deal on the table even when I was still in my job for Ways and Means.
Bring it up here.
MTB
Let's
and
get this
GSP.
deal done.
But I mean, I think that, again, in terms of respecting the co-equal branches, both MTB and GSP are congressional programs. So I know that the staffs, the teams up here, and the members are working on this. I expressed yesterday, when I was over at the Senate, my support for the reauthorization of the GSP,
Okay,
that updates the
If I can
criteria
reclaim
to
my
reflect
time just a little
US
bit, I just want to
practice.
get on a couple other things. I introduced legislation, myself and Chairman Brady back then, a couple of years ago. That legislation, the companion bill, is in the Senate, and as you know, it passed 91-4, so is related to these things. The other point I wanted to mention is just the idea of where we're at. I read something the other day, it's kind of hopeful that you said something about the EU or making some progress, or your comments seemed very enthusiastic. But when you look at the UK, EU, Kenya, over 1 billion people on that continent, and I can tell you, I've been there maybe 10 times. China is very active and engaged, not just there, but around the planet. So when you look at Taiwan and Japan would like to do another, I guess we did program 1, another step. So there's a lot of opportunities out there. Is it we don't have enough resources, or is it why don't we get to more of these opportunities, especially as it relates, I think, to EU, that, we have a lot of the same shared values. The UK, I know they've had some challenges, but I've traveled and met with a lot of these leaders around the world, 80 different countries, and they want our engagement. Everybody talks about, the first thing they want to talk about is security. Second thing is trade and commerce. So we just got to get more engaged in a big way. I think that's my opinion. What's your thoughts?
Mr. Buchanan, I spend most of my time on the road. I'm here in Washington all week this week because of the hearings, so that I can spend time with all of you. And I've got to stay connected with the U.S. side, but also I am doing everything that I can. I'm spending a lot of time reestablishing old relationships, establishing new relationships, and exactly to your point, engaging. With the European Union, I haven't even counted how many times I've had meetings with my counterpart, Executive Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis. This year, we've committed to each other that we will see each other every month, and we've kept that up January, February, and March, and I already have my appointment set with him in April when I will see him again. That is exactly to your point. There is so much that we need to do together right now, and there's a lot that we need to do to try to correct for the playing field being uneven around the world, to innovate in terms of our trade policies, and to correct for, frankly, some very disruptive forces that we've seen, both the pandemic and the
I'm out of
Russian
time.
war
I
in
just want to
Ukraine.
mention, if you can get us a copy of whatever plan, and we can talk about that, because I think a shared plan between the Congress and yourself, the administration, would make a huge difference going forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Doggett for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for your very valued leadership. I know how you worked in a cooperative, bipartisan fashion with Ambassador Lighthizer in order to secure an important trade agreement in this hemisphere, and I appreciate the cooperative spirit that you bring here today. I very much favor expanding trade so long as it is worker-centered and environment is protected, and that includes Asia. Now, I've been over personally to the secure room, left my phone outside, didn't tell anybody what I read to see the provisions that are being negotiated now with trading partners in Asia. I guess the first concern I have is why that process is necessary. These documents have been shared with our foreign trading partners, with stakeholders, but not with the American people. And I think we would be better off if the language was public. Second concern I have, even greater, is that I found the language to be good, helpful with regard to the environment, with regard to workers, but so long as it's not enforceable, it's really fairly meaningless. And the only way to make it enforceable is to engage the Congress more directly in setting up that enforcement mechanism and honoring our constitutional responsibility. And I hope you will continue to advocate that point of view to others in the administration who may not share it. One specific success from the USMCA was a significant limitation on the use of the investor-state dispute provision. While it is important to protect investors and American companies from systems that are not fair to them in other countries, there has been clear abuse. And I appreciate the fact that this administration and you have indicated that you will continue to exclude such abusive provisions from future trade agreements. However, there are still a large number of investor-state dispute settlement provisions in existing trade arrangements. I'm concerned about one particular example of abuse, and that's in Honduras, where a U.S. company, Prospera Inc., is suing the Honduran government for close to $11 billion, nearly two-thirds of the country's annual budget, questioning whether they should have a private court system, essentially a country within a country. Is the administration, are you evaluating existing use of investor-state dispute provisions to see if they are consistent with a new 21st century trade policy?
Well, thank you for all of your observations and your insights, Mr. Doggett. They mean quite a lot to me. On this particular question in reevaluating existing trade agreements and how they line up with our current practice, I think in this area and a number of others as well, we know that there's been an evolution in our practice, and our older trade agreements reflect a previous era of how we've negotiated trade agreements. This issue comes up from time to time. Let me take this back and give it a little bit more thought. It's not that we haven't thought about it, but it hasn't been a major area of focus.
Well,
but
thank
let me
you very
take
much.
this back.
And I hope you will review it, and particularly the situation in Honduras with this whole private government structure. As you know, one of my longstanding concerns going back to at least the Obama administration has been the enforcement of our agreement with Peru as a part of the overall concern about the destruction of the world's rainforest and the impact that that has on our planet. The Obama administration failed to enforce provisions that we negotiated for audits on illegal timber harvest in Peru. The Trump administration expressed concern about it, but failed to secure an audit. Obviously, the Peruvian government has been in turmoil and chaos for recent months, but can you give me any update on the enforcement of these provisions against illegal logging in Peru and its consideration in new agreements you're negotiating?
Mr. Doggett, it remains very high on my radar. As you've noted, the current turmoil in Peru is something that informs our approach to raising issues around this trade agreement. But I also wanted to share with you that the logging annex in the Peru trade agreement continues to be a touchstone for how we are thinking about issues like deforestation, especially around the Amazon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Tai. Welcome back to the Ways and Means Committee hearing room, where you spent a great deal of time. I know you spoke about a new story for trade, and I understand that you're taking a different approach, and certainly that's the prerogative of a new administration. But I'm very concerned that in this so-called new age of trade, 2 years into the presidency, that we've actually lost momentum on trade, and I'm concerned we've lost ground. And this is all while China is being very aggressive economically and building their own partnerships while we are not as aggressive. I do ask unanimous consent to include for the record a letter signed by 20 Ways and Means Committee members that I led regarding the need for a strong, proactive trade agenda. Ask for unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, despite calls for new trade promotion authority from Democrats and Republicans in both chambers, something I thought I would never say, but the administration has decided to attempt negotiation of new trade pacts without Congress. So this has already been touched on briefly. But since there seems to be some confusion, I do want to be clear that trade agreements must be approved by Congress, and they should provide real market opportunities for U.S. producers, reduce tariffs, strengthen trade enforcement, and certainly reflect American law and values. I am glad to and honored to chair our committee's trade subcommittee. I cannot express strongly enough that the administration cannot just come up with new definitions of what a trade agreement is for some reason, and certainly not to give handouts for electric vehicles. And Congress will not, under any circumstance, relinquish our constitutionally mandated oversight of all trade matters. This concern, I believe, as we've heard already, is bipartisan and bicameral, and I hope you take the opportunity to address it today. To compete in the global marketplace, we need real enforceable trade agreements. The administration's preferred framework approach, I am concerned, does not provide this. Would it be accurate to say, Ambassador, that the executive orders and frameworks like IPEF and APEP could be dismantled when a new administration would take office?
Well, Mr. Smith, if I can back up just a little bit in terms of
my time is limited, so I want to give you a chance to respond, but if you could be brief.
Let me put it this way. If you take a look at the world economy and you look at our place in it, after more than 3 years of pandemic and supply chain disruptions and pressures on the energy market and food insecurity because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, you have to appreciate that we live in a very different world. We can't keep doing things the same way.
I understand that.
Those things have brought us to this world.
I appreciate that.
So our engagement with the rest of the world is informed by not a desire, certainly not on my part, to bypass the Congress, but by a desire to adapt our trade policies to be more successful because they are responding to the world we're living in and not the world that we want to live in.
Okay. Well, I worry that a framework might be considered successful, although still ineffective in terms of establishing what we need to establish in the world economy, especially as leaders in the world economy. But I think it's safe to say that if we want a stable environment to encourage investment and economic prosperity, that a congressionally approved trade agreement is what is necessary. But take IPEF, for example. Let's just say a member nation were to blatantly go against the science, as Mexico has done under USMCA. I fear that there would not be tools for us to challenge what another country would be doing, and especially, as the chairman noted, the glaringly non-compliant ways that Mexico is headed with corn, especially when USMCA was approved and agreed upon by Mexico not long ago. So changing gears just a little bit, let's focus on the TRIPS waivers, the notion that our country would give away intellectual property to other countries. In December, you directed the ITC to conduct a study on the proposed TRIPS waiver for COVID-related diagnostics and therapeutics. Glaringly, I would say, though, that you did not seem to ask the ITC to perform any analysis on how such a waiver would actually impact our economy and, more importantly, our workers. Can you explain why that analysis was not asked of the ITC in the letter that you sent?
Well, Congressman Smith, I think that there are aspects of our letter that get to those questions, so we could sit down and take a look at that letter. I think it's about a 2-page long letter. More specifically, the question that's been raised at the WTO is the interaction between intellectual property rules and where they've been set, and the ability of people who need to access them, and we thought that was a legitimate question. I got a lot of feedback from this committee and over in the Senate in terms of the process that we tried to run, and so I've asked the ITC to run their process, which has included a public hearing just a couple weeks ago.
Okay, yeah, asking the stakeholders is one thing, but I would hope that, as you point out, that you're able to get an actual analysis on the impact to our economy and, like I said, even more importantly, the workers. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ambassador Tai, welcome, and it's always glad to have you here in the committee room. There are no shortage of trade challenges and at the same time opportunities facing our country. As mentioned by Mr. Neal, the work we did on this committee to pass the USMCA showed that we can achieve a lot of high-quality trade agreement work working together on this committee. We can strengthen our economic and national security by creating good-paying U.S. jobs and deepening our ties with other nations. We can strengthen environmental and labor protections and raise the international standard in these areas to create a strong cycle of progress in trade. While it's important to seek market access, labor, and environmental provisions, none of these commitments are worth anything unless they can be vigorously enforced. And that's why the work you're doing to enforce the terms of the USMCA trade agreement is setting the stage and expectations for future trade negotiations that benefit all American workers. I've got a couple questions. I'll give them to you, and then you can take them in whatever order works best. Mr. Smith, Nebraska Mr. Smith mentioned the corn issue, and the USMCA dispute with Mexico in regard to that is important. My district is home to a thriving biotech sector, and our success is dependent in part on strong global intellectual property rules and also the enforcement of the rules which ensure the that safe products can be sold and used without unnecessary interference from protectionist policies. So I'd like to hear from you about the administration's effort to hold Mexico accountable in the GMO corn case, and what other opportunities there may be for biotech as we move forward. I'm also interested in Taiwan, and I'd like to hear about the progress we're making with Taiwan and similar agreements that are helping to strengthen our national security. And then lastly, my third question, the Canadian lumber issue. I understand that we know it's been a long-standing dispute, but I understand that some of Canada's top lumber producers are interested in seeing this dispute resolved. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, and if the U.S. and Canada can restart lumber negotiations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thompson. I'll take your questions in the order in which you've posed them.
Okay.
In terms of corn and the importance of our biotechnology sector, especially in agriculture, I agree with you. We have regulations and standards here in the United States. We stand by the safety of our product, and we also know that innovation in agricultural production is also critical to food security, as well as a responsible contribution to our climate future. So this is one of the areas that we are engaging with Mexico on, especially through this technical consultations phase where we get deep into the science around the basis for our confidence in the safety of our crop. On Taiwan, I agree with you. Taiwan is in the top 10 of our trading partners, an economy that shares our values, and also has implications for our strategic outlook in the region. That is why we are right now negotiating the 21st Century Trade Initiative with Taiwan. We just published summaries of the proposals that we tabled with Taiwan for our first negotiating round, and look forward to providing you with updates on the status of those negotiations. We will continue to work with Taiwan to enhance and strengthen our economic relationship with each other. On Canada and the developments in terms of the lumber industry there, you're right, this is a longstanding challenge that we've had with Canada. One of the areas which our economies have traditionally not meshed well, and that market conditions and the incentives of the industries are really critical to creating opportunities for negotiation. So let me go back and revisit with my team that are tracking this and circle back with you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Floor votes have been called, but it is my intention to proceed to as many as members for questions before recessing for the hearing, and then we will reconvene immediately after votes. The last vote is called. Mr. Kelly from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, always good to see you. I think there's something that's uniquely American, and that where people put service above self. You were certainly an example of that, and for you to come before us, because it's so difficult, you're getting rapid-fire questions of all across the board of what's important to me, what's important to you, what's important to our country, and you're the person standing there, taking that and trying to answer all these. And you know, I'm going to come up with the same thing you and I have talked about for many years. It's something called GOES, and people say, what do you mean GOES? Well, it's grain-oriented electric steel, and so why would you be worried about that? And it comes down to what if we have not learned anything from these last few years with the pandemic, is if you don't produce it at home and you're relying on somebody else from someplace else in the world, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. So Mexico comes up with this, and so Gloria and I have been talking about what's going on with the steel. So Mexico agreed that they would limit their imports to historic levels in order for President Trump to exempt them from Section 232 steel tariff programs, but they're not living up to their end of that agreement, which is pretty much consistent with all our partners around the world, as they say one thing and then they completely get up from the table and walk away from the commitment that they made, maybe just touching it a little bit at a time. In Butler, Pennsylvania, about a quarter of a mile from my real life, which is not as an automobile dealer, which was a lot easier. I mean, back there, if somebody says, I got your back, you say, well, you know, I appreciate. Here, if somebody says, I got your back, the answer is, I know, I can feel the knife. And so this is what it comes down to. If we are not able to work together and honestly, and honest brokers When Mexico has done, and they have made this end run about it, Canada also has done the same thing to us. Grain oriented electric steel is a steel that goes inside the transformers. So I tell my friends, if you don't know what that is, look at phone poles. And if you see a gray canister up there, that's what I'm talking about, because that's what pushes the steel through. It doesn't flow naturally, or pushes electricity through. It doesn't flow naturally. And I'm to the point, I don't know what we can do when the last producer of grain-oriented electric steel in America is in Cleveland Cliffs in Butler, Pennsylvania. If we lose that mill because we have people around the world not living up to their commitment of what they would import and what they would not import, and you and I have talked about this, in the last administration, they told me they would address it. And if they had done that, you and I would not be having this conversation today. It's a really complicated issue, and tariffs are a really complicated issue. So I would just ask you, because I know I can rely on you for this. Let's keep that conversation going and try to find out what it is we can do to limit this flow. When I look at the people who make grain-oriented electric steel, I'm just going to go over this real quickly. Maybe I'm not. I think I just lost it on my phone. Anyways, Cleveland Cliffs is the last producer of this steel in America. The rest of it comes from all over the globe, but mainly from people that we would think are our closest allies because we have supported them so much in the past. So let's keep working on it. I know the language from the past administration was well-intended, but it should have been amended because it really didn't address the issue when it came to what our partners were going to live up to. So if we can continue to have that discussion, I would sure appreciate it. I know that you get tired of hearing from me. I don't mean to be that much of a pest, but I'm just looking at I think, a national security problem that we have a blind eye to and are not paying attention to. So thank you for being here today. You do a tremendous job. It's good to see you, and thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Tai, and thank you for always bringing grace, dignity, acumen, and principles-centered leadership to this committee. I want to associate myself with the remarks of Chairman Neal and the efforts with regard to USMCA. And my question is something, again, that you've done extraordinary work on, and I hope you'll expand on. You're leveling the playing field for the American worker, and especially as it's related to rapid response, but also what else you see can be done to assist the American worker in your capacity.
Well, thank you, Mr. Larson, and it was an honor to work with you on the USMCA renegotiations when I was here on committee. In terms of leveling the playing field, I would say that this is where we are really focused in terms of the worker-centered trade policy. I get asked quite a bit, what does worker-centered trade policy means? And it means a lot of things. First of all, it means remembering that our economy isn't just a collection of data and numbers. We are more than just trade flows and production numbers and GDP numbers. At the end of the day, what is the American economy? The American economy is comprised of people, our people. The American economy has to work for our people. So worker-centered trade policy is putting that worker, that person, right at the center of how we think about trade policy, and that is a correction. I think for a long time we relied on the assumption that what was good for bumping our numbers, what was good for creating that big pie, would all trickle down and work itself out, and that's what we've seen hasn't worked over the past couple decades. While the pie has gotten bigger, no question, here at home and around the world, more than just the United States, a lot of us are looking at where that pie has ended up, and that leads to President Biden's mantra at this point, that what we need to do is grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Who's at the bottom of the economy? It's people like us, it's regular people, and that middle out is a vision for growing the middle class. And so what we are doing in trade is understanding the role that we have had in creating an imperfect world in which the pie has gotten bigger, but not everyone has gotten access or an opportunity to enjoy that pie. And then to think about how we can advance trade policies. And this means that we are thinking about trade policy in a different way. We are reconfiguring our trade policies. We're going to do some of the traditional things that promote what we're after, which is more inclusive, sustainable, resilient growth. But also we're going to be trying to do the new things. That is our trade agenda, which is to make sure that trade is a part of the economic policy toolbox that is working in concert with the investments that we are making in ourselves, as opposed to undermining and undercutting what we are trying to do in terms of our own growth and development trajectory.
Thank you, Ambassador. You, as a former school teacher, I used to have above my blackboard for students, excellence cannot be denied. Thank you for your articulation of this, and thank you for all the effort you bring to this job. I yield back.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, the long-running conversation you and I have had, because you know my intense concern that as the economy becomes much more technical, whether it be biologics, whether it be, data management, those things, the speeds up the value of that copyright, that patent, that it becomes shorter and shorter because the disruptions are coming faster. And therefore, the constant conversation you and I have had is the speed, the efficiency, the fairness of the adjudication process, WTO, ability, dispute resolution. Tell me where we're at.
Great. Well, I'm delighted, Mr. Schweikert, and I know that you do like the technical aspects of all that we do, and it's demonstrated by your question about the WTO. Let me talk about the dispute settlement system at the WTO. First, put it in the context that the dispute settlement system doesn't exist in a vacuum, that it is part of the larger WTO institution that we value very, very much for what it stands for how it brings together 164 economies in the world and provides us with a forum for dealing with each other and being able to communicate with each other and to resolve the disputes that we have when they come up. So the reform of the WTO dispute settlement system is tied to the consensus at the WTO that the entire WTO ought to be reformed to reflect the economy that we're living in today, and also to be able to keep up with the changes in our economy since the WTO was established almost 30 years ago. So on WTO reform broadly, because I also want to make very clear, the United States and our team at the mission to the WTO in Geneva is engaging across the board. We have a special responsibility on dispute settlement, but we are engaging at the committee level. We are bringing written proposals every meeting, and we are also leaning in on how to make this a more functional negotiating forum.
And Ambassador, you know my fixation also on the clock.
On the clock, here we go. On dispute settlement, what we are doing is we are seeking a system that is singularly focused on helping two parties resolve a trade dispute, to be a dispute settlement system. As the system was intended, dispute settlement has evolved into an avenue for judicial rulemaking. It has become synonymous with litigation, very expensive and time-consuming litigation, to your point about the clock. It allows countries to seek through litigation what they could not accomplish by negotiation. So the results have significantly damaged U.S. interests through an interpretation that, for example, shields China's non-market practices and undermines our ability to defend U.S. workers and businesses. You may also be aware of the recent national security decisions that have come out of the WTO system that are deeply concerning to us and to our national security sovereignty. So we are engaging. We are engaging on a reform process that requires 164 economies and members of the WTO to agree. And this is not about us dictating the terms. It is about us being very honest about what our interests are, what we need the dispute settlement system to do for us, but also to craft a renewed and better dispute settlement system with our partners at the WTO.
Ambassador Tai, as the conversations continued for the last few years, I know a number of our EU trading partners, even some of our free market economies in Asia, have the same concerns as you've articulated, we've articulated. I understand this is supposed to be a consensus operation. But at some point, we have some bad actors who may not join that consensus. How do we use our ultimate leverage that the vast majority of the world's trading partners believe that the reforms are necessary?
Yes, we have consensus around the fact that reforms are necessary. It's reflected in the MC12 joint statement that came out. The hard work comes now in terms of actually doing the reform. And I want to assure you that our very dedicated team, led by our ambassador to the WTO, Ambassador Maria Pagan, is doing that every single day in Geneva.
Please let us know what we can do to be help, but to move it along. At some point, the calcification of this discussion is getting tiresome.
We would be happy to update you.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Good morning, Ambassador. It's always a pleasure, and we have a lot of faith in you, and thank you for your service. I agree with the independent Mexican labor export boards concerned that Mexico's reform, you call it a transition period, will end next May with a large segment of the old protection contract system still intact. I think you would agree with me on that. To date, only 1% of the contracts submitted to a vote have been rejected. Please describe what you're doing to ensure the Mexican government has sufficient oversight to manage risks in this transition period.
Thank you so much, Congressman Pascrell. I know how close to your heart these particular issues are. We always knew that the Mexican government had set out for itself an extremely ambitious reform, and that was even before COVID hit. I have a lot of confidence in that independent Mexican Labor Experts Board that was created by the USMCA implementing legislation, and I know that they are very concerned about what is happening on the ground. This is an area, Mr. Pascrell, where I would like to stay very close with you and to work with you on how we can continue to work with Mexico using the tools that we have, both inside the agreement, outside the agreement, tools from the legislative branch to get Mexico on as positive a track as possible. This is an area where the Lopez Obrador administration and the Biden administration have overlapping visions, and an area where our counterparts in the Labor Department in Mexico are really dedicated and have their hearts absolutely in the right place. So I would be happy to work with you on what more that we can do.
I also wanted to raise Canada and Mexico's implementation of the forced labor provisions of the new NAFTA. Please provide a status update, if you can, on the steps each nation is taking to prohibit the importation of goods produced with forced labor. I would appreciate that very much.
Certainly.
And I appreciate it also that your team is energetic in using the new NAFTA's rapid response mechanism to hold labor rights violations accountable and make them seriously a concern of our government and not papered over. I ask you, that's very important. And there is a marriage here. This is not just the Mexican government. We're talking about corporations, some of which have gone to Mexico and made a laugh at what they've done. They think they can get away with anything. And we talk about what you folks do day in and day out, but we ought to talk to the corporations because we're going to need the cooperation, their cooperation, if we're going to follow through on the mandates of the new law that we're dealing with right now. I appreciate the small number of cases actually filed can and should be more proportional to the number of labor rights violations we know are occurring in Mexico. And Chairman, I listened very carefully to what the President of Mexico just said 2 days ago about us. And I didn't like it. And we've had some battles, as you well know, and you were at some of them. I don't know where he's coming from. We've been pretty supportive, and we should be, of Mexico. But I'm not going to be any wing player for the President of Mexico. Don't ever think that. What do you think? Well, my time is up, and I thank you, and I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. We had a lovely 2.5-hour conversation with the President of Mexico on our delegation. And I'll be happy to talk to you more about it later. I'd like to recognize a gentleman from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Tai, for being here today. I know with votes, we've got people coming in and out, and an impact there. I know you're familiar with the process, familiar with the room, and working diligently, both in your current role as well as here before that with the committee. So, you know, I guess I'm a little concerned, or I guess I'd like to see more. I mean, this is a third appearance or a third year that you've been before the committee, and a lot of things are just continuing on without much new being accomplished through that and completed through that process. And there's so many good trade things that we can address. I think that both Republicans and Democrats agree with, and that I think if we could get, in my opinion, I think we need the administration to be engaged a little bit more on actually getting some of these things done. I don't know if there's some obstacles that are being put in your way that are keeping you from doing some of the things I think we all agree with, you as well, want to accomplish. I want to talk about 2 or 3 things before my time runs out. I'll start with digital service taxes and the OECD process with Pillar 1. You know, as we've talked for the last couple of years about the digital services taxes that were being implemented by various countries, how much of an impact and a burden that was going to place on particularly American companies. And so I was very supportive of the OECD's effort with Pillar 1 and the effort moving forward there to help make sure that we address that and get a consistent playing field across all of the developed world and the world of the OECD community. But I'm concerned now that we've kind of dropped the ball on, not dropped the ball, just paused with Pillar 1 in order to look at Pillar 2. And then the Pillar 2 discussion's taking all of the time and energy and a distraction away from that. So I guess my questions, as we get closer and closer to December of this year when the 301 suspension expires, are you looking at reactivating that, moving that forward, because it has taken so long to go through and bring closure to Pillar 1?
Mr. Estes, this is a great question, and it's an area where USTR has worked very, very closely with the Treasury Department because they lead in the OECD negotiations, and of course, we're responsible for the 301 action. I have to confess that I'm not up on the latest in terms of the OECD work in the Pillar 1, Pillar 2, but let me just affirm to you that the 301 statute is one of our most important statutes, and those DSTs are suspended pending a successful conclusion.
Well, thank you. And I understand there's some dynamics there between Treasury and asked some similar questions with Secretary Yellen when she was here as well, in terms of what do we do going forward. I want to talk a little bit about our trade, particularly with China. Obviously, I think the United States probably we should have gone in a different direction in terms of our relationship with the Indo-Pacific region and trade arrangements there. But I'm concerned now with some of the approaches China's made over the years that everybody agrees with in terms of intellectual property theft and restrictions that they put on American industries. So, where are you at now? What's your current status on the view of the China's aggressive approach to trade, and what should the U.S. be doing more of to help counter the CCP?
Thank you for that question. This is something that we do a lot of thinking on and also are working quite a bit on as well. As you may be aware, we are currently in the process of a statutory, what we call a comprehensive 4-year review of the Section 301 actions, which were based on the 2018 301 findings around economic harm from China's IP rights abuses and forced tech transfer policies. Overall, we are using a lot of different approaches, both domestically here to continue to invest in ourselves to be able to compete from a position of strength. We are working in multilateral settings where we are members along with China, like the WTO, the G20. We're also working in smaller settings like the G7, and bilaterally with our other partners. The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework as well is an area where we're really trying to work with partners with whom we have shared interests across the board in terms of the challenges that we face. But in this area, you are right. I agree with you. There is a lot more for us to do. We are primed to do it, and I commit to staying in good touch with you and this committee as we prepare for next steps.
All right. Well, thank you. And in my discussions with some of our countries from around the Indo-Pacific region, they want us to be engaged, and so. My time's expired, and so now the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, is recognized.
Thank you. I figured usually I'm last in asking questions, but I was smart and I came here now. I went and voted first, so now I can actually move up in the time frame here. Thank you, Ambassador, for being with us. I appreciate the discussion that we're having today. Obviously, trade is so critical. It is critical for our allies, right? It is critical for the United States to make sure that we are growing our GDP. And I know in the third quarter, and it was down comparatively to previous years. And so there's one real opportunity for us to grow our GDP. It is trade. And on that front, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about Taiwan. And obviously, Taiwan is a great partner. And I also want to talk about our neighbors to the south. And, you know, we see China investing heavily in those areas. I think some of the smart things for us to be looking at are ways that we can build the trade relationship with our neighbors in Central and South America, and as well as our allies, right? Talking to, you know, whether it's UK, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's Poland, which is a great like-minded country where we're seeing more pharmaceuticals being manufactured. But first, let's start with Taiwan, because many of us here are friends of Taiwan, and I appreciate the U.S.-Taiwan 21st Century Initiative, which began last year. However, the initiative doesn't touch upon the issue of market access, and this is something that I believe would be tremendously beneficial to our ally and to the United States as we try to reduce our dependency on China. With Taiwan being a U.S. top 10 trading partner, I would hope that there is a plan to start negotiations with Taiwan on furthering trade and market access soon. Is there a pathway that you're taking at this moment to do that?
Congresswoman, it's nice to meet you. Welcome to the committee. And I have to say that I really admire your strategic thinking here, and I'm very inspired by it. Delighted to engage on the specific question of Taiwan and market access. This allows me to scale out a little bit, and I don't want to take too much time because I know you want to get to other topics as well. But there's an important element of our traditional trade practice which not enough people understand or see, and it gets way into the technical aspects of how a traditional trade agreement works and how the tariff liberalizations work as well. The tariff liberalizations are generally their preferences that you get if you can meet a certain rule. And so a certain amount of content in the thing that's being traded has to have been created in the partnership or in the region in order to qualify. That number is never 100%. So there's always, by design, some seepage from outside of the partnership or the region that you are negotiating with that also benefits from the liberalization. One of the concerns that we have, and this is around the world, but certainly in the Asia-Pacific region, is we've seen through the pandemic how far-reaching our supply chains go and how many of them are concentrated in terms of production in one particular economy that is sometimes very open to us and quite often not really open, and where geopolitically increasingly we have become very nervous. And so when it comes to market access in the sense of tariff liberalizations, we are trying to take very strategic steps to make sure that when we do engage on these types of topics with our partners in this region, that we are doing it in a way where we can strengthen each other, where we are building resilience for each other, and we're not further entangling ourselves in dangerously vulnerable supply chains. And
Okay,
that's
but are
why we've not moved there.
I appreciate that, but are we at least trying to work toward that with Taiwan? Because I think that is important on market access, but also with regards to, and it's another issue, it's a different hearing, but the double taxation issue that Taiwan faces when trying to invest here in the United States.
Happy to talk about double taxation. That also involves my Treasury colleagues, so I want to acknowledge that. Let me put it this way. In terms of trying to bring this advanced, more strategic thinking, especially to the tariff liberalization negotiations, I will tell you that it is a very lonely place to be. But Congresswoman, if this is something where you see the dots that we're trying to connect, I would be delighted to work with you and anyone else who can bring expertise to this conversation to help us advance
I would certainly like to have a follow-up meeting with you on that issue. One last thing is, and I have no time, so I'm just going to leave it out there for you to consider. What COVID had showed us was our dependency on China. It could be very dangerous in the future. We need to be mindful of that. And I'm particularly concerned about active pharmaceutical ingredients, of which 95% U.S. imports for ibuprofen are from China, 45% of the penicillin. I just want to lay that out there for this administration to consider. Let's not wait. Let's start moving now. And I think, again, that's another opportunity for us when we talk about nearshoring and friendshoring, working with our allies in like-minded nations. There could be a very good strategic partnership there.
I
Thank
copy
you.
that.
And the committee stands in recess. So I now became the chair, I guess, temporarily. Thank you.
committee will come back to order. Mr. LaHood, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome back, Ambassador Tai. Great to have you here, and thanks for being with us. As you know, Ambassador Tai, trade policy is incredibly important to me and my district and my constituents. I represent a heavy agricultural district and a manufacturing district whose jobs and economic successes rely on market access around the world and opportunities to send our great American products all across the globe. Knowing that, I don't think it should be a surprise to anyone here that I've been incredibly frustrated that another year has passed without kind of a proactive, substantive policy on trade and progress on enforceable trade agreements from the Biden administration. I know you, Ambassador Tai, you were in the Senate yesterday or maybe the day before the Senate Finance Committee, and I know there was frustration over there. There was a Politico article yesterday. It said Ambassador Tai plays defense as Senate rips into trade agenda. In that article, it says, senators on both sides of the aisle criticized Ambassador Tai for not initiating trade agreements with foreign partners, opting instead for frameworks that lack the same market access provisions and enforcement mechanisms as traditional pacts. And, you know, we've talked about this a little bit before, Ambassador Tai, but as we sit here today, 2 years into this job, we don't have an FTA with the UK. We don't have a free trade agreement with Kenya. We don't have an FTA with Taiwan. We have no request to Congress for TPA. We continually allow China to take advantage of our IP at the WTO. And we have this issue with allowing Europe to set the playing field on digital to the disadvantage of U.S. businesses and workers. So those are just a few things that I think express my collective frustration and others. And as a member of the Trade Subcommittee, and I'm also a member of the new Select Committee on China, which has raised awareness in a bipartisan way that what we see every day in the Indo-Pacific region is the growing threats of China, and considering that, having really an insufficient trade engagement in that region, I believe is unacceptable. And I know you mentioned IPEF, and as I look at IPEF today, I believe the framework is actually getting weaker. Just take the digital pillar as an example. USTR has chosen to engage in a framework that lacks tangible policy and avoids congressional consultation or approval, and I'm open to hear your views on that. And I worry that we are not countering or providing strong enough alternative to the growing pressure of non-market economies. Instead of increasing U.S. leadership in the Indo-Pacific region, countering China's influence, and leaning in on opportunities like digital trade to set global rules and standards that would put countries like China at a disadvantage, we are missing an opportunity to use trade as an offensive tool. And so I mention those things, again, as we look at every conversation as part of the Select Committee on China, when we talk to our like-minded allies in the Indo-Pacific region, whether it's Japan, whether it's South Korea, whether it's Australia, is they're craving our leadership economically. And I guess, express my frustration and my concerns about 2 years in, and we've not made any progress on any of these things. So with that, I'd love to hear your specific ideas or comments on IPEF and whether it prevents real economic and substantive alternatives to China's pressure in the Indo-Pacific region.
It's good to see you, Mr. LaHood. Let me say a couple things before I get to your specific question on IPEF. I hear your frustrations, and I think that in your frustrations, I'd like to make 2 points. One is you are seeing a key part of our trade agenda, which is that it is not the traditional trade agenda. And that is out of a recognition that a lot of the challenges that we are facing today, whether it is supply chain challenges, whether it is the challenges that we are facing from non-market economy practices like those from the PRC, to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that a lot of these have roots in a traditional trade approach that have brought us to where we are today. So yes, we are not pursuing traditional fully liberalizing trade agreements, because we see those as part of the problem that we are trying to correct for. So your frustrations are affirming that, yes, we are not pursuing a traditional trade agenda. But what I would like to point out to you, and I'd be delighted to spend more time with you as well, is to have you see those things that we are doing, that we are putting forward a trade agenda to try to correct for exactly some of those challenges that you have highlighted, especially with respect to non-market economic policies and practices that have really made the playing field extremely tilted, and that we are going to have to adapt to respond to for as long as those practices are there. So I'm delighted that you are, as a member of the Ways and Means Committee. I think that there are two of you who are also on the China Select Committee. I am looking for an opportunity to come up to brief that committee and to get to know all of you better, to talk about some of the economic pieces of this. Let me get to the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. You are absolutely right. Our partners in the region are thirsting for engagement with us on economic matters. That is what we are bringing through the framework, including through the digital engagement. We have got very robust, very enthusiastic participation from 13 partners in the region, 12 of whom are actively engaging with us through now 2 rounds of negotiations. And I'm happy to spend more time with you there as well. But our vision is for an economic engagement in the Indo-Pacific that is, first of all, durable and well supported here at home, and second of all, that promotes the shared interests that we have with all of our partners there around adapting to a very disrupted global economy that will bring more resilience, more sustainability, and inclusiveness to all of our economies by working together. And I'd be delighted to spend more time with you and explain how what we are doing here connects with those goals.
Well, I'm out of time. I would just appreciate your willingness to meet with the Select Committee on China on this. The last point that I would make is what the CCP fears the most is bipartisan support, engagement by the Congress in the Indo-Pacific region. We look forward to working with you on it. Thank you.
Ms. Sanchez is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal, for the opportunity to discuss the Biden administration's 2023 trade agenda. And I want to thank you, Ambassador Tai, for returning once again to brief us about the efforts you're leading to advance a worker-centered trade agenda, and for your, always willingness to be accessible and available. Over the past 2 years, you've led the administration in supporting U.S. leadership at the WTO, along with calling for its much-needed reform. And I want to commend you for the strong stance you've taken to defend our national security while ensuring a commitment to a rules-based trading system. I also want to highlight your continued leadership to support implementation and enforcement of strong environmental commitments and labor standards through the Rapid Response Mechanism under the USMCA. As a former labor lawyer, I'm proud that our efforts have led to an unprecedented number of union elections in Mexican facilities. To that end, the USMCA model includes the updates that many of us here in Congress want to see reflected across our trade agreements in the Western Hemisphere. Ambassador Tai, you've stated that the American Partnership for Economic Prosperity will build upon the strong core of trade agreements in the hemisphere, yet the United States has not effectively enforced several existing agreements with countries in the region, including member states of the Dominican Republic Central American Free Trade Agreement, CAFTA-DR. Therefore, I was hoping that maybe you could speak to the administration's views on the best way to improve labor enforcement under CAFTA, and would it be practical to undertake a renegotiation of CAFTA with congressional approval to update labor standards and include a rapid response mechanism like we see in the USMCA?
Congresswoman Sanchez, it's wonderful to see you. I really appreciate this question because we do care deeply about our partnerships with our neighbors in the Western Hemisphere. In terms of the DR-CAFTA, as you will recall, the DR-CAFTA is one of our pre-May 10 agreements. And there were enhancements and improvements like the ones we made in USMCA, the earlier version happened in May 10 to labor, environment provisions, and the enforceability of those. So to your point about the opportunity for leveling up, if you will, the DR-CAFTA, it is something that we think about in a number of different ways with respect to that particular agreement. On the Americas Partnership, let me just touch on that briefly, which is we know that in our own hemisphere, we have the most existing traditional free trade agreements that we have are in this hemisphere. And yet, the partners with whom we have those agreements continue to want something different and more from us. And I think it really does reflect the changing nature of the world economy and the needs that we have around promoting resilience, sustainability, and inclusiveness. So whether it is with partners with whom we have an FTA already or those that we do not, the program that we are advancing right now through our trade agenda is meant to address those items. To your specific question about how to revisit some of these pieces of the DR-CAFTA in the context of the Americas Partnership, I'd be delighted to explore that with you. I think there is a lot of potential here. We are really focused on our regional resilience in a new way, and I think that there's a lot of opportunity.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you foresee any tension between states that are party to both APEP and CAFTA and their compliance with differing agreements if one has a stricter standard?
I have been thinking about it differently. In terms of the Americas Partnership, there are 11 of us right now, so that's the United States plus 10. Of those 10, 8 of them have free trade agreements with us. 2 of them do not. We didn't want to make the FTAs a disqualifying factor because we want to think about the region as a whole. We want to advance an agenda here that is complementary to the existing arrangements that we have, and this is an area, as we get into more details, that I would be very happy to continue to work with you on.
Great. I have one last question, and my time is short. I'll submit it for you to respond to in writing. But thank you so much for your time, and again, for always being willing to be accessible for questions or input. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Tai, for testifying today. I've noticed the Biden administration has a bad habit of redefining things that don't fit your agenda. For example, last year, the administration redefined the definition of a recession. Now the administration is redefining what is considered a free trade agreement. USTR has also been working to redefine Congress's role in developing trade arrangements as exhibited in our lack of formal involvement in IPEF and APEP. And you're also redefining what consultation with Congress means. Before our Senate finance counterparts yesterday, you told multiple senators that you've been in close consultation with Congress as you negotiate critical mineral agreements with Japan and the EU. But I want people to know, I want my constituents to know, what activities USTR is defining as close consultation. Apparently, you believe that close consultation is leaving documents in a SCIF for members to review, but not share with constituents, and then holding 2 staff-level Zoom hearings. I don't believe that's sufficient consultation to move forward with signing any critical mining agreement that our constituents have not been allowed to see. I know many of my colleagues have raised already today and will continue to raise similar concerns, and I hope that it conveys the point that Congress finds this wholly inadequate consultation with Congress. Pivoting from definitions, I want to raise a few constituent-specific trade matters. The first relates to GSP. And I hear from so many constituent companies about how GSP has been an effective tool for them to strengthen their supply chains, to create high-paying jobs at home and overseas, and to invest in sustainability. And I know Congress is responsible for renewal, but I'd like to ask, what tools does USTR have at its disposal, or what tools could Congress provide as part of renewal to ensure that any new eligibility criteria in GSP promotes a race to the top, both across and within GSP countries, but also avoids harming the GSP users, like I've heard from, that are meeting or exceeding the program's development totals? or goals, I should say, I'm sorry.
Well, Mr. Smucker, I really like your question, although your wind-up was a little bit brutal. Let me just say on consultations, look, I'm here before you right now, and so let me just commit to a desire to be as knit up with this committee as possible on issues, and if you have specific concerns with respect to the critical minerals, which I'm sure that you will, please always feel free to reach out. And I'm taking the feedback, and we will commit to do better as well. On GSP, look, I think that GSP ought to reflect the state of modern U.S. trade policy practice. We have an established bipartisan, bicameral consensus in U.S. trade policy that trade includes labor and the environment. And this is something that I carry with me in all of my conversations with my counterparts around the world to say that you should be like us and acknowledge that trade is more about just goods crossing a border, but it is about economic engagement and making our economies work together. So GSP, in terms of its renewal and its
sorry, I'd love to
criteria,
keep, I do
think
want
it
to.
needs to reflect both labor and environmental criteria. It should reflect that race to the top. And yes, it should be usable, but that is because GSP is at heart a development tool. And I think we
hope
need
to
not lose sight of
continue.
that.
There's an additional USMCA enforcement challenge that a Pennsylvania company, QVC, is facing that I just wanted to bring up as well. As you know, Canada committed to ensuring U.S. home shopping programming could distribute in the country under Annex 15D of USMCA. And I understand that President Biden is meeting with Prime Minister Trudeau this week, and I'm asking for your commitment to work on this enforcement issue with my office. And we'll also be following up, by the way, with a formal letter. This has a huge impact on the Pennsylvania-based company, QVC.
I know this issue well, and I'd be happy to work with you on it.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, thank you very much for being here. Also, thank you very much for being so responsive to our concerns on behalf of our constituents in Western New York about the ill-advised property tax in Canada that's imposed on vacant and underutilized properties. It was intended to address a problem with foreign interests purchasing large swaths of land in both Toronto and Vancouver and then holding that, thus taking supply off the table, increasing the cost of housing and the availability of housing, or decreasing the availability of housing. So I just want to thank you for that. China and Russia are involved in a big land grab in Africa for rare earth elements, cobalt, copper, and lithium. These are essential elements to developing electric vehicles and semiconductor manufacturing. They're the primary inputs for future global economic growth. So today it's a global gold rush for these minerals. Combined, China owns about 80% of these minerals, followed by the United States at about 6%. 80% of the United States refined materials are imports from China. The production of electric vehicle batteries worldwide, China has 553 gigawatt hours. The United States has 44 gigawatt hours. According to S&P Global, global lithium-ion manufacturing capacity will more than double by 2025. China will have 65.2%, Germany will have 11.3%, the United States 6.3%. There are 200 battery mega factories being built between now and 2030. 148 of them will be in China, 21 will be in Europe, and 11 in the United States. You know, there's a lot of tough talk here and generally in the Congress about being tough on China. While that's true, I think we have to be tougher on ourselves about China. The Biden administration, I think, is responding to that with both the Inflation Reduction Act and also the CHIPS and Science Act to incentivize reshoring, friendshoring, call it what you will. My concern is giving China's dominance in the continent of Africa and in the area of electric vehicle, lithium ion and manufacturing. Is that too little, too late relative to the United States trying to catch up? And what is the vision with the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act relative to that competition?
Thank you so much, Congressman Higgins. I agree with you, and I really appreciate your highlighting all of the data and statistics to demonstrate the dominance of the PRC in the global marketplace in a lot of these areas. Let me address your question with respect to Africa first, which is I tend not to think about it as, well, first, I don't think it's too little too late. First of all, we can't think like that. But also, I just don't think it's true. With respect to Africa, where I'd like to start in terms of our partnership with Africa is to ground it in our partnership with Africa being inherently valuable for being good partners, a good partner to Africa. In terms of the demographics of Africa, the youth of its population, the growth in terms of its population, as well as all of its other resources. Africa has the potential to become the engine to drive not just its own growth as a continent in these next decades, but a driver of global economic growth. Our connections with Africa historically in terms of our people, our communities, diaspora communities that are recent, that are have been here for hundreds of years, are part of the strength and connectivity and the reason why we should be partnering with Africa in the first place. To the point in terms of industrial competition and looking at some of these critical supply chains and where the industries of today and the future are growing up. You're absolutely right. It needs to be a combination of policy approaches that we take that involve investing here at home, but also working out how to secure supply chains that are more resilient, that make us less vulnerable, and open up more opportunities for us and for our partners. To be able to thrive in the global economy as it continues to evolve. So you're right, absolutely, that in terms of the investments that we make, but also in terms of the adaptations to our trade policy, we've got to find a way to make our industrial vision and our trade visions work together, and that is absolutely what we are focused on.
Mr. Feensta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, Ambassador Tai, for being here today. I'm from Iowa. We are the breadbasket to the world. We are second largest exporter of agricultural goods, number one when it comes to grains in export. And so it's been a challenge for us. I mean, it's been a real struggle to watch this administration that we're sort of in a trade deficit right now when it comes to agricultural goods for the first time in decades. And we have not seen any new markets being opened. I will say this, I do appreciate your work on Mexico and the GMO issue. We got to get it resolved. This is paramount to the Midwest and the agricultural markets. And I can't tell you that if you could pass along information to the administration, is that we're not flyover. We actually do a lot of good things for the economy and the agricultural breadbasket of America. And it just seems like we get neglected because he never mentions us. But that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about continuing the Section 301 tariffs on amino acids and expanding those tariffs to include lysine and threonine. After the African swine fever hit China and their hog population, the demand for amino acids that went into their food plummeted and the excess was dumped here right in America, to the detriment of amino acid producers in Iowa and across the country. The United States and China are the world's major amino acid producers, but if this dumping by China goes unchecked, the America-based amino acid industry will be devastated and actually go out of business. So this is critical to our supply chain and offshoring and actually fighting against our geopolitical rival in China. So my ask to you is, will you commit to continuing to work on Section 301 tariff, keep it, and then also expanding it to include such things as lysine and threonine?
Well, Congressman, I have now been to your great state of Iowa. In fact, visited the Iowa State Fair last summer with Secretary Vilsack. So I just want to say Iowa is not flyover for me. I know how strong Iowa is for our agricultural economy and care very deeply, and am always inspired and impressed by the farmers and the agricultural producers from your state. Let me say one thing on market access. We have been expanding market access for our producers, and our agricultural economy, we know, is one of the strongest producers in the world. As we adapt our trade policies, we will not forget you. We are not forgetting you. And I have a list with me that I won't run through right now of all of the market opening that we continue to do for our farmers, our ranchers, our producers, and especially to champion the interests of the small ones and the family farmers and producers as well.
Good. Thank you.
On the amino acids, let me say this, because I think I just want to highlight, in terms of the 301 program, it is a very important program for us. It is important for us to bring a responsible strategic approach to it. As a result, we have an ongoing review of the Section 301 actions and those tariffs, where we opened a portal, we invited a stakeholder comment. I trust that the amino acid producers in Iowa have participated in that process, and we will, and we have committed to running a serious deliberative process where we do everything to do right by our entire economy. So let me just highlight for you that that is going on, and we take that very seriously.
And it's got to be solution-based. We got to get it done, okay? Yesterday, in a response to my great senator, Senator Grassley, you said that you weren't currently engaged on tariff liberalization, but that, this is your quote, when it is fit for the partner and when the times are right, we are happy to do what's right, the right thing for the economy. So what are the conditions that indicate that is the right time to start tearing down some of these tariff barriers and opening a lot of these markets for Iowa farmers?
Well, thank you for paying attention to that hearing and not relying on the reporting by Politico, which is not always nice. But those do sound like my words. What I want to say is, there's no allergy to pushing on our partners to reduce their barriers. The problem is that our traditional approach has been a whole of economy, aggressively tariff liberalizing approach, which has led to a lot of the vulnerabilities that we're facing today. So I am looking for partners from Congress, trading partners from our stakeholders to think about how you can use a tool like tariff liberalization to advance the greater cause of resilience, sustainability and inclusiveness in our trading relationships. And in that context, if we can harness this tool to promote those goals, I am all for it.
And my time is up, but I just want to know, China continues to build their economic relations. They opened 10 new free trade agreements in this last 5 years, and they've now are trading with 120 countries. We're falling behind. That's a real problem for the American farmer. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Sewell from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Ambassador Tai. First, I'd like to thank you for coming to my hometown of Selma, Alabama, to trace the footsteps of John Lewis and the civil rights foot soldiers on the 50th anniversary of the Bloody Sunday. I know that you personally see the office of the USTR as a mechanism to promote human rights and civil rights around the globe, so I hope that the pilgrimage to Selma was an inspiring experience for you. I also need to thank you and Secretary Blinken and Ambassador Salazar and the entire Biden administration for your tireless efforts to hold the Mexican government accountable for their illegal seizure of Vulcan's facilities and port in Mexico. Just yesterday, I joined a letter with the rest of the Alabama delegation to the Mexican ambassador demanding answers for Alabama workers and Vulcan Materials, which is headquartered in Birmingham, Alabama. Ambassador Tai, I know that both of us are strong supporters of the USMCA and the updated labor, environment, and enforcement provisions that we negotiated and secured in the new agreement. But I am very concerned that President Lopez Obrador is seriously threatening the progress and goodwill that has been established since the implementation of the USMCA. I think I already know the answer to this, but I was hoping to get your commitment to continue to stay engaged on this issue and to send a very clear message that this illegal seizure is not acceptable.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. As you know, I also represent the steel workers in my district. I was a supporter of the Section 232 steel tariffs because I know that China and other bad actors overseas are actually dumping steel on the global market in an effort to kill the U.S. steel industry. We know that this has a dramatic and a devastating action, but we have to make sure that we are enforcing it correctly. I also know that the Biden administration is negotiating a global arrangement on steel and aluminum with the EU so that we can find a long-term solution to the steel overcapacity while also partnering with our allies to promote the production of a more environmentally friendly steel like that produced in Alabama. Can you tell me how those negotiations are progressing and what happens if the EU walks away from the table? Do the 232 tariffs go back in the U.S.? And the EU.
So, Congressman Sewell, I'll respond to that question backwards. Yes, let me take it off of the EU and say, if we don't succeed, that's right, the 232 tariffs come back on EU steel and aluminum, and the EU retaliatory tariffs across the board on a lot of our agricultural products in particular would come back as well. I do want to let you know, and this is getting to the top of your question, that I have very strong partnership with my European counterpart, that's the Executive Vice President Dombrovskis. We have committed to staying in touch every single month this year to ensuring that our teams stay on track to meet the deadline of October 31 that we have imposed on ourselves for a successful conclusion of these negotiations. The vision is exactly as you have described it, which is to update our steel and aluminum trade, create a new framework that promotes fair trade, that combats overcapacity, which has been so devastating to us in market-based economies, and also to push for cleaner production and trade as we look to the future. It has to do both of these things. It's not easy. The technical aspects in particular are quite challenging in terms of getting our two systems to mesh. But I want to assure you that we are working very hard, and I remain very optimistic that our teams will get us there.
Well, thank you so much for all of your engagement on these issues. Again, I can tell you that Vulcan Materials and Alabama workers are really, really concerned about that seizure and really hope that the United States will continue to put pressure on the Mexican government. Thank you.
Mr. Arrington is recognized.
Thank the chairman and Ambassador Tai, good to see you. I feel for you every time I see you, and we have this opportunity to have a conversation, especially because it's public, and I want to be kind and polite and sweet like my people back in West Texas, but my people are also brutally honest, and they feel like that's the only way we're going to ever accomplish anything is if we're honest and direct. I don't see any action out of the presidency, out of the White House, and under his leadership, President Biden, that demonstrates that trade is a priority. We've worked with you as a former Ways and Means staff person. I think I know what you're inclined to do. I think I know that you believe that trade is critically important, not just to agriculture, which is very trade dependent, and it is the lifeblood of the region that I hail from. But you understand how important it is to the overall U.S. economy and our future growth. For all of President Trump's shortcomings, and for all of the reasons some people weren't crazy about his personality or his leadership style, President Trump was totally committed to trade. And Lighthizer had a boss who made trade a priority. And the people we were doing trade with, other countries, took him very seriously. And that's why we were able to come together in a bipartisan way and actually accomplish something for the United States, for our workers, for our producers and manufacturers. I hate that you don't have that because I think it's wasted talent. I hate it more for the country because we're getting whipped on the playing field. I can't stand to see America lose. When the game is rigged, when people are cheating, but worst of all, when we don't even show up to the game. And that's how I feel about where we are today. China and just about every other competitor country is taking market share every day from the United States and from our great farmers, ranchers, manufacturers, et cetera. And it's because we do more talking than we do making deals and having real substantive agreements that will improve our economy and our situation. Do this for me, it would be helpful, because I'm the budget chair now, and we're looking at the various ways to get our debt to GDP down, because that's a threat to everything, and our total economy, our security, our future. Quantify for me, this is not a gotcha question, it's just a broad, broad-based question about the impact of trade to our economy and to our growth. Can you just speak briefly to that? How important is trade to growing our economy?
I'd be delighted to, and Mr. Arrington, I'd like to let you know, I wasn't in West Texas recently, but I did make a trip to Houston and got to go to the rodeo. And it was really quite something to see. And so in terms of the spirit of your people in Texas across the board, I got to see something there. And there are aspects of the hearing today that remind me a little bit of what I saw on the rodeo. Just translating
Probably the calf scramble is what it reminds you of.
A different format. Let me speak to your specific question. Let me put it this way. Trade has the potential to be a tremendous tool for growth and development if it's done the right way. And we have pursued trade policies that have expanded the pie, certainly, if you want to look at the GDP and from your budget perspective. But what we have found over time, and we have a USITC report to back this up, the way we've pursued our trade policies has focused too much on the big picture. And the distributional effects of trade, we've seen that the benefits have clustered in certain places, and they've not flowed broadly enough. And so what you see in terms of our trade policies now are to try to bring corrective aspects to trade by continuing to do trade, but by continuing to push ourselves to do it better.
Thank you, and I'm out of time to comment, so I won't. Thank you.
Gentle lady from Washington, Ms. Delbene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Ambassador, for being here with us today. It's great to see you. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to start and ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from members of the Washington State delegation raising concern with Japan's digital gaming market and its compliance with existing digital trade commitments.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of digital, Ambassador Tai, I know you've been working very much on the digital economy as part of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. And this is an area where we've been behind. The world is deeply impacted by technology, and so it's important that we have trade provisions that reflect that, including non-discriminatory treatment of digital products, privacy protections, restrictions on data localization, source code protections, and bans on internet shutdowns. It's important that we have binding and enforceable rules. And I do think that this is also very closely connected to making sure that we are continuing to provide an engine for job growth right here in the U.S. and promoting American values like democracy and human rights around the world. And it's very clear that every industry is impacted by digital, from agriculture to manufacturing. All increasingly depend on digital tools and the transfer of data to stay competitive. And so I wondered if you could speak a little bit about how work on digital rules can help benefit small businesses, help workers, and strengthen human rights.
Congressman Durbin, I know this is near and dear to your heart and to your areas of expertise. I think that our engagement on digital is one of the most important things that we're doing, and one of the most important things in terms of pushing the trade conversation into new areas. Not only are we behind, but frankly, the international trade practice and conversation around digital is behind. It's lagging behind the reality of the economy that we are living in right now, where so much of it has already been affected by the digital transformation. I also wanted to highlight and build on an aspect of your question, which is how do we engage on the digital economy and digital trade in a way that is positive and affirmative, in a way that is looking forward and acknowledging the fact that our entire economy is touched by digitalization. And I think that's a really important part of how we are approaching the digital economy, digital trade conversations, including in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which is acknowledging that the way that we engage with our partners and lay the groundwork and draw out the blueprint for digital trade negotiations has to reflect more than just the interests of our biggest stakeholders in this area. It's got to reflect the interests of our small companies, the lifeblood, the backbone of our economies, not just ours, but others, but also reflect the interests that our workers, that our environment, that our content creators all have in this economic ecosystem. I think this is also an area, as you and I have talked about before, where our ability as negotiators to take forward steps is going to be impacted by and really limited by how far you as legislators have been able to go in terms of establishing regulatory frameworks that are critical to the digital economy. And one example is privacy legislation. We know that the rights to privacy of individual people and consumers in the digital economy is an important right to be weighed against in how we formulate our rules. But without that legislation here in the United States, there's really a limit to how much we can do in these negotiations, because we've got to leave room for all of you to make that decision first. So this really is an area where congressional and executive partnership and communication is going to be critical. I am looking forward to working with you and as many of your colleagues on this committee and in the Congress as possible.
Obviously, I'm a big proponent of federal consumer data privacy legislation. Just quickly, also wanted to bring up Taiwan, which some others have brought up. Clearly a key ally to the United States and a major partner on defense, trade, technology in the Indo-Pacific region. Taiwan's the 7th largest export market for Washington farmers and a major export market for aircraft and digital products that are built in Washington state. So our economic partnership with Taiwan is not as extensive as it could be. I think we've talked about ways we can continue to strengthen that, and so I encourage you to think boldly about how we can strengthen our economic ties with Taiwan as you proceed with the current initiative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Hearn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ambassador Tai, for being here today. The Biden administration's timid approach to trade initiatives is concerning. Bold leadership is a necessity to ensure Americans succeed on the world stage. Any weaknesses from the United States will be exploited by our adversaries, mainly China. Our trade agenda must provide certainty that future agreements will create new import and export opportunities to the benefit of American businesses and workers. I think you would agree with that. This administration has taken no steps towards reviving a bipartisan trade promotion authority that has expired. Without TPA, we leave a vacuum in the international marketplace that China is already capitalizing on. All free trade agreements have been approved and implemented through TPA. It would be a mistake for the administration to turn a blind eye to TPA while the international marketplace is being actively manipulated by our allies and competitors solely for their own priorities. Other nations, even our allies, are not looking out for American interests. It's on us to go after market share and create access for our products around the world. If we fail to create an aggressive and robust trade agenda, Americans are at a disadvantage and China grows stronger. TPA supports U.S. job growth, exports of made-in-America products, and better trade agreements that make the U.S. more competitive globally. That being said, with my limited time today, I would want to focus on the digital service taxes with you. Ambassador, I'm concerned with the Biden administration's unilaterally disarming the 301 investigations while other countries are still charging digital service taxes today. Today, I'm even more concerned about the administration's action because it is uncertain where we go from here now that our leverage has been stripped away. Ambassador, 30 out of the 38 OECD nations already have in place or plan to have in place a digital service tax if Pillar 1 talks fail. France has already expressed the needs to press ahead with their digital service tax because of the implementation challenges facing Pillar 1. I'm afraid other countries are growing impatient as well. My colleague, Mr. Estes, brought up a serious question and concerns with you, and the response was not sufficient enough in my eyes in the explanation. USTR is the tip of the spear when U.S. companies are facing the discriminatory treatment abroad. What is USTR's Plan B if Pillar 1 talks fail, if they haven't already failed so far? Would you reinstate Section 301 investigations on those 30 countries' DSTs?
So, Congressman Hearn, I have engaged on this as well. I disagree with so much of what you have laid out at the beginning, but let me be responsive to this particular question. I don't think you have any unilateral disarming. I believe our DSTs under our Section 301 are suspended, right? So that means that they can be unsuspended. But I'd also like to take the opportunity, because you laid so much groundwork, to correct for the record a couple of things that you stated. One is that it is not true that all FTAs have gone through the Congress under TPA. The Jordan FTA was passed by the Congress without TPA in place. And the converse is also true, that TPA does not always guarantee that an FTA makes its way through. We need look no further than the TPP, where a TPA was tailor-made for TPP, and TPP never made its way through. So this is all to say that pursuing failed trade policies does not guarantee that we become stronger. What I am looking for is bipartisan partnership on advancing trade policies that make the United States more resilient, our economy more sustainable, and our results more inclusive. And if Congress and this committee can show me the money and can show me that there is bipartisan work that we can do together, then let's do that together. I would very much like to
with all due
test that
respect,
proposition
Ambassador,
with
so
all of
you're what you're implying then it's the Congress's fault that we don't have any trade agreements. It's not anything the administration is putting forth. I mean, their energy behind this space. I mean, you've been here a number of times and saying that, we'd love to move forward, and you can work with us on that. So help us with that.
Meet me with a recognition around the kind of world we're living in right now, where we are as an economy, where we are strong, where we are vulnerable, and meet me on the terms that we need to do things differently. Not everything. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but meet me on the terms that we can work together on adapting to the reality that we live in. And I think that that is the path to having the kind of bipartisan congressional executive partnership that I think that we all are interested in having. So I'm not casting blame, I'm just saying trade policy, where USTR sits at the intersection of the executive and the congressional, requires all of us to at least share the vision in terms of where we're going. And if we can do that, I think that that is where we all come together and get something done to be on Team United States.
Madam Ambassador, with all due respect, you served on this committee a long time, and this committee has been well known for working together with an administration that wants to work on trade deals. So that would be a great message for the administration here as well. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Miller is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. You certainly are on the hot seat today. I really always enjoy working with you, and I want to continue working with you as we move forward. You know that I made a trip very early, I was still wet behind the ears in Congress, to China and realized how important trade was to my state and my country. Immediately, I wanted to be on the Ways and Means Committee and Trade, and as some things happen, I'm very grateful to be there. I've been disappointed with the Biden administration's lack of progress, of course, on re-strengthening our position in the global trade economy. And I've heard from so many of our allies that your key trade program, IPEF, just isn't quite enough. And as we continue to elevate our competition with China in key regions of the world, especially in the Indo-Pacific, I think it's important for the U.S. to advance trade policies and agreements that feature real incentives, such as market access and tariff cuts. These kind of incentives are critical if we truly want to link supply chains with our partners and allies, and if we want to give our companies an incentive to move our supply chains out of China. For example, I just traveled to Cambodia, this summer, and Singapore, and heard directly from their prime minister. Singapore is a fantastic trading partner of the United States, but on the other hand, Cambodia is hungry for U.S. trade and investment. Unfortunately, we are doing too little, too late. We also view IPEF as being too little, too late. China is out maneuvering us by implementing the largest free trade agreement in history with the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and trying to join CPTPP. We need to run faster than China in this region and ensure that American workers can compete globally. Now, quickly, I'm going to ask you a question. What are you doing to directly counteract the tariff advantage that Chinese products have over U.S. products in the Indo-Pacific as a result of RCEP? And is there other trade agreements out there?
Congresswoman Miller, it's nice to see you, and I always enjoy working with you as well. You said something early on in your question about market access and tariff cuts leading to better supply chains. And I think that that's an area where we're going to have to really disagree. I lead an agency with a bunch of experts that get way in the weeds of and the guts of all the trade agreements that we negotiate. I think that there is work that we can do to come up here to this committee, but also more broadly explain how tariff cuts and the rules for accessing those preferences have worked in different sectors. In certain sectors, we have seen them in the textiles area, for instance, in the CAFTA DR, that the combination of the tariffs and the tariff cuts and the rules of origin have created really strong supply chains. In agriculture as well, we have tended to do better on rules of origin and tariff cuts to favor our producers. But across the industrial areas, what we have seen is the combination of the tariff cuts and those rules of origin have led to a deindustrialization and an erosion of our capabilities. So this is just to say that this is just to say that
a lot of words.
It is a lot of words. It matters. It matters to people on this committee how a trade agreement actually works. It's not what is inside of a trade agreement matters in terms of what the result is going to be for your economy. And we have seen very uneven results. So let me try to be really specific
but I want
to your question, which is those tariff advantages in the Asia Pacific have driven already on top of the liberalization program, supply chains to be deeply clustered inside of the Chinese economy.
Exactly.
And so for our approach, it is not to just go in and further liberalize. Our approach needs to bring disciplines and strategic changes to the trade program to make those supply chains more resilient. And on that, I think we are agreed. Our supply chains need to be more resilient.
Because I want to move on to Ecuador, Guyana, and Mexico, because so many of the countries want to improve their commercial ties with us as well. And just as in the Indo-Pacific, China is all over the place. And They want to be our trading partners. Do Latin American countries often raise market access and GSP renewals as a priority in bilateral talks with you and other administrative officials? And do you believe GSP renewal would improve your ability to negotiate with these countries?
Let me reaffirm, I am for the reauthorization of GSP in a way that brings it in line with our current trade practice. In terms of my conversations with partners, especially those that you've just highlighted, they're really important partners to us. They are our neighbors, they are our
Absolutely.
allies. Yes, and I think that what I'd like to do is just say that when I talk to them, I want to hear from them what it is that they want from economic engagement with the United States. They want to be more closely tied to us, integrated
Yes.
with us, and they want to be able to develop their economies in a way that we can rely on each other.
Well, I think
How
we need to
get
meet
there.
and
Yes,
go over these things.
How we get there then is the next question.
Yes.
And I think that, does GSP get us there? It may get us part of the way there. But here I would like to push all of you as well in terms of thinking outside of the box. Where can we improve our trade programs to really serve those interests that we are trying to accomplish, as opposed to relying on traditional trade practices that have been really spotty in terms of their results?
We need to meet and really go through these things. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Chu is recognized.
Ambassador Tai, it's wonderful to see you today, and welcome back to the Ways and Means Committee. I also want to bring up Taiwan. Last fall, at a hearing in this committee, I expressed support for a free trade agreement between the U.S. and Taiwan. Such an agreement should include high enforceable standards for labor, environment, intellectual property, and other priorities for members of Congress and stakeholders in the U.S. and Taiwan. I want to thank you for your focus on deepening our trade relationship with Taiwan through the Initiative on 21st Century Trade. This is an encouraging step towards deepening economic relations, but I believe this negotiation should be a first step towards a comprehensive FTA with direction and approval from Congress between the U.S. and Taiwan. I understand that you've had an agreement on 5 areas, which you call the early harvest. Could you please elaborate on the status of the remaining 6 trade areas on the negotiating mandate? Specifically, will the remaining areas be negotiated together or further divided? And will USTR continue to provide transparent updates to Congress and the public on these negotiations? And what is the timeline for completing the initiative?
Thank you, Congresswoman. We are very excited about our trade initiative with Taiwan, and we are making very good progress. So you are right that we have started with 5 core areas, scoped in light of our desire to deepen and expand our economic engagement with Taiwan, which already is quite significant. Taiwan's one of our top 10 trading partners. We are making very good progress in terms of the first set, and you're right, we have scoped another 5 or 6, I think, elements which will follow. I don't have specifics for you in terms of a schedule or timeline, except to say that we continue to be encouraged by the progress that we are making, and we are looking forward to working on those additional areas with Taiwan. And yes, absolutely, we will keep you and others updated as we continue to make progress.
Thank you for that. On another topic, I am the co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Creative Rights Caucus, and I represent a Southern California district that's the hub of our country's creative economy and copyright industries. In 2021, the copyright industries employed 9.6 million workers, accounting for nearly 6% of all private employment and almost half of all the workers in the U.S. digital economy. I also strongly agree with the principle that the AFL-CIO recently laid out in its policy agenda on the digital economy and trade, which states that trade policy must aggressively address the stolen or unlicensed use of copyrighted content on digital platforms. I believe that a worker-centric trade policy must ensure that our trading partners protect intellectual property rights, and I'm disappointed that thus far these protections have not been prioritized in the administration's initiatives, including the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Given that is the case, can you tell me how USTR is ensuring that trading partners provide adequate protections for copyrights in the digital environment? Like, for instance, will IPEF countries be asked to join the World Intellectual Property Organization Internet Treaties, which ensures that creators can control and manage works online?
Well, Congresswoman, our toolbox on intellectual property is quite expansive. I know that my Intellectual Property and Innovation Office is always in one part of the cycle on the Notorious Markets Report, the Special 301 report. That ends up being a very important tool of ours in terms of tracking how intellectual property rights are being observed, respected in our partner countries, where the problems are, and also tracking progress when they make progress. In the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework right now, we are deeply engaged on a digital conversation that also takes into account that there are content creators who have rights and interests in the digital economy. Let me leave that there. In terms of things that are more specific to that, I will have to come back to you. I do not believe that we are pressing our partners on WIPO participation, but I'm happy to continue that conversation with you.
Thank you. I hope you encourage them to do that, and I yield back.
Mr. Winstrup is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for being here. We're talking about intellectual property quite a bit here, and I have concerns when we waive intellectual property rights. You know, we have inventors, creators that develop and manufacture in the United States, and there are situations, and you know, we're talking about the vaccines as a concern of just giving that intellectual property away. That's a disincentive for people in the United States to want to produce and create if they're concerned that their own government in the United States is going to take their intellectual property rights away from them. And I believe that there's ways to produce our products in another land under our control, which is very, very important for a lot of reasons, especially when it comes to health. Because we know that right now we are in a huge deficit dependent upon China for our medical prescriptions, generic drugs. They control it. They control the world. It's a problem. It leaves us extremely vulnerable. It's a national health security. It's a national health security issue and a national security issue. If we turn over the intellectual property of a pharmaceutical or vaccine to another country that doesn't produce it with the same quality, as we've seen from China, 250 people died from heparin in the United States about 15 years ago. We turn that over to another company to then make it. They taint that product, and then we have a problem. And so I think that, you know, as we do look, and by the way, the FDA isn't over there trying to make sure everything is in there. They may have an office there, but they're not in there every day. You know, we now have, in the United States, we're testing the drugs we get from other countries for being tainted or inefficient, not the right dose. All of these things are happening. So all I just want to say is if we, in any way, shape, or form, are giving away our intellectual property, you know, we're worried about others stealing our intellectual property, but if we're stealing our own intellectual property, it leaves us very vulnerable. I see you raise your eyebrows. Maybe you're not engaged with the situation on the medical side, but that's a shame because maybe you need to get into and get a classified brief on what's going on. Thank you. I yield back.
Sorry, I was making faces a little bit. I think it's because I was trying to track how you're describing giving away intellectual property, and that doesn't bear any resemblance to what we agreed to at the WTO last year. So I'm happy to clarify some of that. In terms of your presentation, and especially around our reliance on others for API, let me affirm that I completely agree with you that that is a critical supply chain that we need to work to fix. And the answer isn't just about IP. It does also connect to this tariff conversation as well. The way that a lot of our supply chains and the decisions that our producers have prioritized, which is to chase cost efficiency, at the expense of resilience, at the expense of having more options in terms of supply, is part of the change that we need to bring to our trade policies. So on all of the things that we agree on, I hope that we'll be able to find a way to work together. I want to say I am engaged on the medical issues. They are really, really important, and I look forward to continuing the conversation and working with you on this.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murthy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ambassador Tai. I think you can sense the frustration, at least over on this side of the dais, because it just does not appear we are moving the needle on trade. And I don't know you very well. You come very, very highly spoken of from members who worked with you previously. I personally think you're too nice a person to be in the job that you're in, because I think you're handicapped because of administrative folks that you have to report to, et cetera, that are handicapping you in your job. Negotiators are usually very, very tough and sometimes mean people. They aren't nice people like you are. And if you look at what's happened with us, we are absolutely handcuffing the United States because we worry more about green things. It's all the other distractions. We're in the Paris Climate Accord. We handcuff ourselves and we give China the ability to build 9 this past year, 27 more coal plants. And if you look at what we're doing to the United States, all we're doing is giving the open door for China. It's just a fact. We don't negotiate. We're talking about critical rare earth metals. We're fine to tear them up and get them from China where we're using slave labor, but we have them in our own country and we're not able to do that. It puts us absolutely at a disadvantage, and you're stuck, personally, I feel sorry for you, you're stuck in the middle of that. And so let me get to just some of the other issues. It's just an absolute frustration because you just see this country swirling down the drain because we're just so distracted on so many other different issues that China doesn't give a damn about. And because they don't give a damn about, they are just swarming over the rest of the world with influence. Happy to hear that we're going to try to work on a Taiwan free trade agreement. That's absolutely necessary. I come from the second largest pork producing district in the country. It's a big deal. Pigs are a big deal for us. Pork is a big deal for us. But unfortunately with Taiwan, we've seen our exports decline 35%, 1/3 since 2021, in a time when Taiwan's imports of pork went up 15%. Can you help me understand that? Why has that happened? Why have we hurt our own pork producers in a time when Taiwan has been increasing their importation?
So, Congressman, I can assure you that I know to be nice to members of the Ways and Means Committee, and I've never been faulted for being too nice. I also
You have too nice a smile.
I also don't need you to feel sorry for me. So please don't do that.
I feel like you've been put in a tough spot personally because there's just been this administration above you has just shown no interest in
Okay,
trade.
well, let me just take off the nice a little bit. I don't need your pity. I stand up for the American people, and when I speak, people listen because I represent the interests of the United States. Let me go to your specific question on what are your frustrations around our trade policy. Look, I'm hearing it from this entire side of the dais. I've sat in the back seat before also. You guys are staying very well on message, and it's great
It's a
work
good
on your
message.
part.
It's a true message.
It's not. I think that you have completely missed the point. You're from a great state. It's also a textiles producing state. I think that that should inform a particular perspective in terms of where our trade policies have been strong for ag, but also where our trade policies have really bled out some of our critical industries. And I do consider textiles to be a critical industry. On rare earths, let me tell you a couple things here. Why are rare earths important? Rare earths are important because, especially now, they have significant applications in clean energy and clean technology industries. So that is actually part of the greening agenda.
We're not getting it from our own country.
I'll tell you why we're not producing rare earths anymore. We used to. And I litigated a case at the WTO on this 10 years ago, which we won. But it hasn't put us in a better place. And that gets us into a WTO conversation. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with you right now. But
let me just ask this other question because I really didn't want to go on rare earths.
Predatory Chinese practices, which you're right, we should be working together on that. But blaming each other for and not being able to come to an agreement on what is actually important for the U.S. economy, that's what's holding us back.
Absolutely.
So
I don't disagree with that at all. All right,
Let's
Ambassador,
move
let me
on
just
to
ask this
the
one other
reality
question.
that we're facing and facts.
All right, thank you. I agree. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. We're throttling ourselves on some of this. I'm an original co-sponsor of the bipartisan resolution of disapproval, which would roll back a regulation that suspends tariffs on Chinese solar products that have circumvented U.S. trade laws throughout 4 Southeast Asian countries. And I hope the Biden administration will reverse the policy so Congress isn't forced to act to protect American jobs and keep subsidized Chinese products out. Can you explain the rationale behind the decision?
Do I have grace from the chairman to go a little bit beyond time? Yes? Sure. Look, on the solar issue, I think we're in a real bind, and I think that this might be, let me see if you and I have common cause here as well. As with many other industries, about 20 years ago, we had a growing, innovative, strong solar industry here in the United States, which we lost.
Absolutely.
When we lose industries like that, and it's not to say we're not producing, it's just that we're not producing at scale, we're not producing enough. When we are in a bind like this, we end up fighting ourselves. Our industries fight each other, our regions fight each other. We end up basically fighting ourselves over the scraps of what we've got, and we're in a really hard place. Where I would really like partnership with all of you is, one, to figure out the really hard work in terms of how we get to a better place in areas where we need to build back, but also, can we look forward and anticipate the other industries where we are at risk of losing and eroding our capacity and work together to prevent that from happening?
Again, that really didn't answer my question. Why were we behind this position? Why were we allowing the Chinese to do workarounds?
I'm happy to continue this conversation.
All right, that's fine.
This is one where our economy is quite split.
Mr. Kildee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Tai, for being here. And let me just start off by saying, you know, we don't agree on everything across the aisle here, but I do want to associate myself with the last comments, not all of the comments, but the last comments that Mr. Murphy made. I share his concern regarding Chinese solar and the circumvention of American tariffs. I disagree with the position the administration took on this, and I am leading the effort on the issue the last issue that Mr. Murphy raised. I disagree with him that you're too nice. I think you're just nice enough. So let me first say, where I come from, the term free trade is a bit of a loaded term. The people that I represent in Michigan, particularly in manufacturing and our farmers, have seen trade deals come and go and never meet the promises that they were sold under. NAFTA being a good example, where we saw auto workers lose their jobs and have those jobs show up in Mexico, sometimes making like $13 a day, undercutting American workers. There were big promises under NAFTA that didn't materialize, and it's for that reason that I'm equally enthusiastic about USMCA. I didn't know that I would get to a place where I could support it, but at the end of the day, I was enthusiastic in supporting it because it rights the wrongs of some of the past trade deals, and I think provides a really important framework. I was proud of the work that the Democratic leadership, particularly Mr. Neal, did to improve that trade agreement in the late stages of the negotiation. I think that was the game changer for many of us, particularly including the labor rapid response mechanisms. That's been a lifeline for workers in Mexico. In plants like the General Motors plant in Silao, which obviously you're quite familiar with, our ability to stand up against protectionist unions, against multinational companies operating in Mexico, taking advantage of workers, is really remarkable. Last month I was in Mexico, met with many of the workers who are fighting for their new rights, including workers at the VU manufacturing plant. Right now, these brave workers
are in a battle at VU, fighting for better wages, for better working conditions, for safer working conditions, despite pretty significant threats, intimidation, bullying from the company leadership. So I just want to ask if you can assure me, and more so, assure the workers at VU and workers all across Mexico that USTR and the U.S. government is going to do everything we can to help them exercise the new rights that are guaranteed to them under USMCA.
100%, Mr. Kildee. USTR, the United States, and frankly, I think that this committee also stand behind the tools that we have in the USMCA, which critically are there to empower workers and to turn that narrative to say that trade agreements can work in the favor of workers.
Thank you. And I just want to say, likewise, I'm pleased with the work that you are doing in Mexico. I know it's been raised before, so I won't go too deep into it at all. But sticking up for our corn growers, as Mexico, I think, is trying to circumvent the agreement that they signed in order to protect their interests, we need to make sure that doesn't happen. But I will say this, I do share the concern that some have expressed about the new frameworks that the administration is pursuing. APEP, I believe, is not the step in the right direction that we ought to be taking. What we saw under USMCA, I think, is a good example of how we ought to build a framework, a high standards type agreement that provides us the access to markets that we need, but also elevates the standards of those workers in other places. Right now we're seeing violence against union organizers in Guatemala, in Honduras, in Colombia, and they don't have the recourse that would be protected under USMCA. So I'm concerned about why we're pursuing this sort of APEP type approach rather than fixing existing trade agreements. And one particular, and I know Congresswoman Sanchez raised this, CAFTA-DR. I think we have an opportunity to elevate our relationship in that region, but we're going to need the kind of enforceability that we see in USMCA, and I'd like to see us pursue a renegotiation or improvements to agreements like CAFTA-DR in particular in order to achieve that, and I wonder if you might be willing to comment on that.
Well, Mr. Kildee, I note your interest in that. It makes sense, and I don't know that APEP and doing upgrading work like that need to be mutually exclusive, so let's continue to talk.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, in your recent testimony before the Senate Finance Committee, you dodged questions related to whether the administration was taking a go-it-alone course in trade negotiations, leaving out Congress and not making deals public before signing them. Senator Crapo and Senator Wyden both pushed you for a commitment to seek congressional approval and make the terms of deals public, but you could not give such a commitment. What we have seen time and again from the Biden administration is an unprecedented lack of transparency, even on issues where there might be room for bipartisan consensus. Much of your office's work should be bipartisan. A lot in Congress is one team versus the other, but when it comes to trade, that's not always the case. And that's why it's so surprising that we are running into this lack of transparency. Whether it's critical mineral agreements, potatoes, or citrus from my state, Congress needs to be informed, my constituents need to be informed, and the American people need to be informed. Along the lines of citrus, I have a question for you. Does the U.S. allow for the importation of Chinese citrus?
Congressman, I have to say that I really have to object to
Okay, well, the answer to that question is yes, they do. You do allow for the importation of Chinese citrus. And do you know roughly how much, or do you want me to answer that question for you too?
Well, this is a hearing, but since you've answered the first question, why don't you go ahead and answer?
Sure, okay. 26.8 million tons of Chinese citrus is imported into the United States roughly every year. We shouldn't be importing Chinese citrus to the detriment of U.S. producers. I actually had a bill last Congress that would ban the importation of Chinese citrus because of the challenges that faces, not just from a production standpoint, but from a disease standpoint. And I intend to do that again this year. What is your office specifically doing to promote American citrus?
There's a lot that we're doing to promote American citrus. In fact, I believe that in Vietnam, we have just gotten approval for the first shipments of American grapefruits to Vietnam. So that's one example of something that we've been doing with USDA. In another area, we have been working closely with seasonal produce and fruit growers in the Southeast to address serious import concerns that they have by setting up a committee to allow them to provide us with advice and recommendations specifically with respect to their interests. So I care a lot about our farmers and our producers, including the citrus growers, and if you have concerns with respect to the imports and the export opportunities, I'm happy to talk to you about those.
Does the Chinese Communist Party do they adhere to the same regulations that our domestic producers have to adhere to here in the United States, related to labor, EPA, all of the things that our domestic producers are abiding by?
I mean, I think that part of the bigger question you're getting at is our trade relationship with China reciprocal, and does it feel fair?
No, I'm specifically talking about citrus
No,
right
and
now.
on citrus, I mean, yes, you are talking about citrus, but I think it is linked to this larger issue, which is that...
Well, it's not
no.
when you're bringing in cichlids from China that then infect American citrus with canker and other diseases that then are at detriment from the health and safety and welfare of our groves. I don't understand why that's funny, that you think it's okay to allow the importation of Chinese citrus to the detriment of Florida farmers and ranchers that grow citrus every single day. We've lost, all you have to do is look at the numbers, the boxes of production because of greening and the diseases have been brought in from China. So I'm specifically talking about citrus, and I'm specifically concerned about the importation of Chinese citrus to the detriment of our production in America, specifically Florida, because the majority of citrus that goes into juice comes from the state of Florida.
So let's talk about this. We work very closely with USDA and APHIS, and I think there's a conversation to be had, which I don't think needs to be oppositional.
Okay, well, I'm interested in your China strategy as it relates to supply chains. You've been in this role for over 2 years, and I would like to know how you plan to combat the CCP through trade.
So there are a lot of things that we are doing with respect to the challenges from the PRC's economic policies and practices. We have in place still the Section 301 actions from 4 years ago. We're in the process of reviewing the effectiveness of that and taking in all of the comments that we have received. At the same time, we are working with partners and allies consistently and on an everyday basis with respect to challenges that we all experience, whether it's in terms of large civil aircraft industry, steel and aluminum, economic coercion, and overall an unlevel playing field and a lack of reciprocity, which I was trying to link to your previous questions, which includes with respect to the citrus trade. There is a lot for us to do, and we are going to have to bring our very best game. And I would be very interested to work with you on making sure that what we do is effective and puts our stakeholders in the very best position to compete.
My time's expired.
Ms. Tinney is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador, for being here. I just want to I'll get 3 questions for you because it's very important. And my district, my new New York 24 district, is not only the #1 ag district in the Northeast, it's the #1 dairy producing district in the Northeast. And our New York dairy producers rely on a consistent access to international markets for their bottom line. Given my district's proximity to Canada, and we are basically mostly the Canadian border with New York, I have deep concerns that the dairy market access terms that were negotiated with our trading partner to the north have not been honored. So Ambassador Tai, can you provide an update on the dispute settlement panel process and when we can expect to see some tangible results for American dairy farmers? Understanding, we didn't get everything we wanted in USMCA, but we really need to, this is a huge issue that's plaguing our dairy farmers.
I'd be delighted to give you some updates here. As you know, this was actually the first dispute settlement panel that we established under the USMCA was on the dairy dispute, and it is precisely because dairy has been such a contentious issue between us, and Canada made promises in the USMCA that our dairy farmers would have better access, which we have not seen translated into reality. So we litigated through that first case, won it, and Canada made some changes to claim that it's brought itself into compliance, but that hasn't translated into that additional access that we know that our dairy farmers deserve, which is why we have now requested and moved into panel phase the second time.
Okay.
This time, I had my lawyers work very, very closely with USDA and with our stakeholders to fashion a case that we have a lot of confidence in.
Let me jump to this because
that panel is pending right now.
if I can reclaim my time, I appreciate the second panel, but how far are we going to go to reinforce this, and would we be considered retaliatory measures against Canada on this milk issue?
We feel very confident in this dispute, and I'm just trying to check through my notes to look at when we would expect that panel decision. But if justified by the panel decision, yes, no, absolutely. Everything that we're going to do is going to look to translate our rights into access.
Great, I appreciate that. Second question I want to get to is I'd like to follow up on the letter we sent. Representative Sewell and I sent you a letter. This is about the European Union is on course to impose significant restrictions on steel scrap exports by changing its waste shipment regulations. Steel scrap is critical to many of my constituents who rely on it to be among the lowest cost and most efficient steel producers in the world in upstate New York, believe it or not, also in Ms. Sewell's district. The proposed EU regulations will distort global scrap prices and reduce the domestic supply of scrap, increasing costs for American steel producers and putting them at significant disadvantage compared to their competitors around the world. Do you agree, if adopted, the EU's proposed regulations on steel scrap exports would be detrimental to the American steel industry?
I care deeply about how the American
Let me
steel
ask you,
industry
can you just answer the question?
Okay.
Do you think it would be detrimental to the steel industry, the EU proposed regulation?
I have to say that I'm not fully briefed on this particular, but that we have so many channels of work with the EU on steel that I'm happy to raise it.
I just want to get quick because I want to get you to the third question too. So let's work on that. And is USTR engaging the European Commission and EU members on this matter? Because we want to make sure that we're not excluded from this and that you're on top of this.
So I think I answered this one already, which is to say, if we're not already doing so, we will.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Now, question 3. My district is home to Wayne County, which ranks among the top apple-producing counties in the nation. How will the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework work to address the significant market access with countries in the region, particularly issues surrounding the sanitary and phytosanitary measures? And I'm just looking at just some of these countries where there's no market access here. And this is significant, obviously, as Wayne County is literally the second top apple-producing county in the nation. What are we going to be doing on that? And can we count on your commitment to work with this and make sure that we get some access? Right now we have, between Australia, no market access, tariffs, no market access, Indonesia, Japan, Korea, Thailand, Vietnam. Is that something we can count on you to make sure that we get access with this huge, potentially, economic growth area for upstate New York?
Absolutely, and in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework Trade Pillar, we have scoped in an agricultural negotiation that goes directly to the SPS issues, science and risk-based regulatory processes, precisely to improve market access. Some of the countries you just listed, we have actually FTAs with. And we have seen that even when we have pushed tariffs down to zero, oftentimes that doesn't translate into market access because of these SPS barriers. So that is scoped in the work that we are doing. We are doing that work and happy to keep you updated on our progress.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're looking forward to working with your office to get this done. Thank you so much.
Mr. Byers recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Tai, thank you so much for being with us today. And thank you for remaining in close contact with the government of Ethiopia as they pursue reinstatement in the African Growth and Opportunity Act Trade Preference Program, and for being so responsive to me and my staff as we work with the diaspora. As the Ethiopian government implements the peace agreement signed last year with the TPLF, I'd like to stress the importance of AGOA to Ethiopia's economic recovery, from the recent years of devastating conflict and the COVID pandemic. Ethiopia's inclusion in AGOA in 2000 helped foster the growth of a burgeoning manufacturing industry, which provides stable employment for tens of thousands of Ethiopian workers. The textile industry in particular saw tremendous growth and helped provide thousands of jobs to Ethiopian women. But since Ethiopia was delisted from AGOA, these jobs have been disappearing, and I'm concerned that Ethiopia is denied, the longer they're denied access, will push the nation deeper into poverty, further destabilizing the country and severely weakening our bilateral relationship. I know you have delivered to them a targeted list of benchmarks that they have to meet, and including de-escalating the conflict, removing barriers to humanitarian assistance, addressing human rights violations. Can you provide an update on where we are, and is an out-of-cycle review under consideration?
So, Congressman Beyer, an out-of-cycle review is always available as part of the AGOA program, and you know about the list of benchmarks that we've shared with Ethiopia, and I also had the opportunity to meet with Prime Minister Abiy on the margins of the Africa Leaders Summit here in Washington in December. This is something that we work on very closely with the State Department. We have a special envoy for the Horn of Africa as well. And in terms of the very, very latest, I would be happy to have my team send over to yours where things are as of today.
Great. Thank you very much. And I really also appreciate your commitment to the WTO and the belief that it can be a real force for good. Without the WTO, it's a state of nature. And the work you did in the last ministerial meeting, crucial wins on fisheries and COVID-19 vaccines, illustrates that despite the challenges, the WTO actually can work under the right conditions. To that end, I'm a little concerned we're sending mixed messages on our support for the WTO and our commitment to abide by its decisions and rules, even if we don't like the outcome of individual cases. I know you've worked hard on reform. Could you update us on your progress in this area?
I'd be delighted to. In fact, we're doing so much work on reform. It is a little frustrating for me that not more people know about it because the issues can get technical, and all of this is happening in Geneva, which is far away from Washington, D.C. But I know how much you care about it, whether it's on the committee processes, whether it's on the negotiation function or dispute settlement. My team shows up to every meeting with new ideas. Our motto is to reform by doing, and to put ourselves out there as a model for reform, to not just talk about it, but to behave in the way that we would like for members to behave, which is to be very, very engaged with the WTO and see it as being there to serve our interests and our needs, and not something that we go on autopilot about and forget about. So on dispute settlement, we are on phase 3 of work in terms of driving an interest-based negotiation, conversation, an inclusive process that brings in all of the WTO members with the goal in mind that for real reform and change to happen at the WTO, we can't dictate that change. It's got to be negotiated and accepted by everyone. That's just an example, but I would be delighted to facilitate a follow-up for you and any others on the committee to learn more about what we're doing.
Great, thank you. And one last question. Given that USTR is not seeking, well, congressional approval, at least through the traditional way, for initiatives like IPF or APEP or critical minerals agreements, and I know you're constrained in what you can formally offer in negotiations, are you concerned that we're not being ambitious enough on environment and labor standards in these negotiations?
I think that you will always find that we will be ambitious because we speak on behalf of the United States. And we're always going to be pushing for what we think is right and our vision for, frankly, a better version of globalization. But to your point about the congressional role, this is something that is very near and dear to my heart, and an area where I hope in all the various interactions that I've had with members of this committee and the Senate Finance Committee yesterday, that I have been effective in conveying my interest in demonstrating that there are things that we can do, that we can do them on a bipartisan basis, and that there is a robust role for Congress. I am not afraid of those conversations. I'd be happy to build those with you and others.
Ms. Fischbach is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, Ambassador, I'd just like to say Congresswoman Tenney brought up the Canadian border. The entire northern part of my district borders Canada, and so that dairy producer, that issue is very, very important to me, and so I appreciate the update. I won't make you give it again, since we just got it. But, you know, I also did want to just thank you for pressing Mexico as it relates to the unscientific ban of the GMO corn imports. And I do want to say for the record that while consultations can be helpful, I fail to see an obvious reason for delaying a formal dispute resolution process that you've already used effectively for the Canadian dairy issue. I firmly believe it's time to utilize this important tool and urge you to do so as soon as possible, because I think it's been mentioned, that issue's been mentioned a couple of times. And while I appreciate the work on the enforcement side, Ambassador, I want to address something broader and more consequential. I was reading through your written testimony, and I saw a lot of words like framework, arrangement, and initiative, but I failed to see a single mention of USTR pursuing the word agreement. And my district in western Minnesota is a top agricultural producing region in the country, and the rural economies in my district depend on those products being exported to markets across the world. Between a quarter to half of everything we produce in western Minnesota is headed overseas. This lack of ambition in pursuing new agreements, particularly for ag exports, is putting farmers in my district at a disadvantage. For the first time, the U.S. is set to be a net importer of agricultural goods. I urge you to be more aggressive in pursuing new export opportunities for farmers in my district and across the country. Getting a little bit more specific, I hear often about non-tariff trade barriers that our trading partners use to block producers in my district to export into their markets. For example, the EU's use of geographic indicators to monopolize generic cheese name, or Taiwan's barriers to U.S. pork exports. Resolutions of these issues certainly won't promise the benefit of full trade agreements, but will help correct the current trade imbalance we are seeing in agriculture. What are you and your team doing to address these and other issues of non-tariff barriers blocking access to U.S. agricultural goods?
Thank you for this question. We are doing a lot. I have an A-plus agricultural trade team, and just had my chief agricultural negotiator confirmed by the Senate on December 22nd. We swore him in first week of January. He has hit the ground running. He is exactly the force amplifier that we needed, on top of the head of my ag office and a very dedicated team. So where non-tariff trade barriers come up, especially in ag, we've also got good reach into USDA. We pursue those with the specific country when they come up. I'm delighted to let you know that there are a number of wins that we have over the course of the last 2 years. Our pecan farmers, our beef producers, and also our growers. You know, the SPS and the science-based, risk-based negotiations that we are doing right now in the Indo-Pacific context and also in others are exactly key to that aspect of non-tariff barriers that a lot of our agricultural producers face. And we're also working very, very robustly. For example, the East African community has issued their first joint SPS notification, which we welcomed. We have wins with Ecuador when they declined to implement a ban on powdered milk imports, and at the WTO as well. My team, again, this part of our very robust Geneva work that often goes unsung, is very, very robustly engaged on SPS issues and other non-tariff barrier issues, with a lot of focus on our agricultural sector.
Well, and Ambassador, I really appreciate your response, but I do want to reiterate the need for a more aggressive stance when it comes to pursuing new agreements and more market access for our agricultural goods. It's just so important to our economy all across the country, and I look forward to working with you on it, and with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member, Ambassador Tai, for being here. I think you've seen that almost every question has a district angle as well as an overarching U.S. angle. Those are special opportunities for us as representatives to be able to truly focus on, and I'm no different. Utah is a very unique crossroads, positioned in the western United States, within the mountain region, but a very huge opportunity for us to lead on trade, and with individuals like the former governor and former ambassador to China, Governor Huntsman Jr. There's a huge interest in this. GSP there's a huge interest, and I know we already talked a little bit about it, in which you've talked about that you do overall support it. But the refunding and reauthorization of GSP is hugely important, and for so many reasons. There's an enforcement mechanism that exists. There is a competitive nature to China that's essential, in my opinion. It helps reduce the cost of goods. Could you share a little bit? One of my Utah constituents, as they've leveraged this program, great success. Since 2018, their share of imports from China fell from over 90% to less than 15%, which with much of their product now divided among several GSP countries. So this program works. We've seen good data come from it. Since expiring at the end of 2020, they and hundreds of businesses across the country have felt the pain, and U.S. importers have paid close to $2 billion in tariffs on GSP-eligible imports. All right, so it expired in 2020. I'm new to this committee. It was not reauthorized last year. You've expressed support for it. I think there is broad bipartisan support. Could you highlight some positives that can come from this? Maybe share some context on what this committee needs to be able to think through the potential reauthorization.
Well, Congressman Moore, I think of Governor Huntsman's many titles.
It makes it hard. Secretary, governor, it's really hard to keep them all
Well, more closer to where I sit, he was also Deputy U.S. Trade Representative, and a good friend. So, in terms of the case for GSP, I think you've laid out a very, very strong case for GSP. I'd also say that, it's one of our bedrock trade and development programs, and something that our developing country trading partners have really come to rely on. So that might be one additional dynamic here that wasn't already listed in what I thought was a very robust and good list of reasons for having the GSP program in place. And again, in terms of my commentary, I think if Congress can update it, it is a really helpful tool for all of us in many different ways.
Are there things that would be a barrier to the administration and USTR being supportive of this, so we can make sure to work these things out on our congressional side?
I think that if our teams are not already in conversation, I know that they have been intermittently over the last 2 years when there has been talk around it. We'll continue to stand ready to work with all of you.
Okay. And with regards to the WTO arbitration dispute, there's serious national security implications here. I've taken a note of a series of these concerning developments from the WTO related to our national security and the challenge by China to the U.S. export controls on semiconductors and multiple other WTO rulings against the United States. WTO has no authority in matters of national security, and members on this committee stand firmly behind USTR's rejection of their flawed conclusions. Could you update the committee on just any more context on how you're thinking about this and other disputes related to national security?
Certainly. I think this gets to an area where I think Congressman Beyer mentioned a little bit, feeling like I've sent mixed messages. Look, you can be strong on this principle that national security decisions taken by governments in their sovereign authority shouldn't be subject to WTO panels picking them apart from a trade perspective, and at the same time, before the reform of the WTO, including its dispute settlement system. So again, I want to credit my WTO ambassador, Ambassador Maria Pagan, for carrying the flag, being very strong on our position with respect to where the WTO and its jurisdiction should properly be, while leaning into a reform program on how to make the WTO work better for us, certainly, and for all of its membership.
And I'll just conclude that export controls are critical to maintaining our competitive edge. We have to be firm and strong on this, particularly with respect to China, that this sensitive technology does not end up in the hands of our adversaries, and it's so clear of who those adversaries are. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Evans is recognized.
Ambassador Todd, good to see you. I commend you and the administration for making workers' rights an essential element of our trade agreement. So I applaud you for the leadership in the Biden administration. I only have really one comment. Coming from Philadelphia, a ethical, diverse city and immigration from many African nations, my focus is to expand the African connection, especially in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, understand the importance of what it means. As a matter of fact, I have a very good friend here by the name of Stan Straughter, who is very active in the African community in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So I share with you that we are willing to work any way we can on the expansion. So I just want to add those comments and thank you for all that you do. I yield back to the chairman.
Recognize Ms. Still.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Tai. It's how many hours you are here, so I really appreciate that. And trade is highly important for my home state of California. California companies exported over $185 billion worth of goods in 2022. One area of concern is for California is agricultural exports. We've been hearing this all day. The USTR must continue to protect our farmers and the agriculture industry. And I know you've been answering this, that you know how hard you're working. So please continue to fight against dumping, especially olives from Spain and other areas. So we are really fighting in California. I have just one concern here is the Indo-Pacific region has two major free trade agreements that CCP-controlled China is already in, Regional Cooperation Economic Partnership, the world's largest free trade agreement, and has applied to join the CPTPP, Comprehensive Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. And currently, United States is not part of neither agreement. When the United States leads, we get strong bipartisan free trade agreements that can outlast us all. How does the United States counter the CCP's, Chinese Communist Party, growing trade and economic influences around the world and in the Pacific region if we are on the sidelines? And how can we counter the CCP's influence without trade deals that require congressional approval?
So thank you for all of those comments, Congressman Steele. On the CCP's participation in trade agreements in the Asia-Pacific region, we know how deeply entangled the supply chains are in that region with China. And we know that our partners there want us engaged in the region, not to force them to choose between two of their largest trading partners and their most important trading partners, but so that we can come and provide them with a choice. So we are engaged. That is the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. And in terms of how do we compete, I would say this, I think a large part of how we compete with that second largest economy in the world is by putting forward a vision and following through on how the United States is a good partner, what we stand for, what our principles are, what our vision is for the kind of economic engagement that we have, which is that we provide each other all with more choices, not to further restrict or to make vulnerable our partners' economies. And that is informing all of our work in this area. To the other part of your question around the congressional involvement, I would say that there has been a lot that has happened in the Congress in the past 5 to 8 years on trade. Some of those things go to show how difficult it can be to get a bipartisan consensus around here, but there is as strong a narrative here around where we have succeeded in accomplishing that bipartisan consensus, most recently on the USMCA. So I appreciate this opportunity you've given me to reinforce that at USTR, on behalf of the Biden administration, we are for trade, and it is about about how we can do trade right and how we can improve the ways that we do trade for our agricultural producers, but also for our industrial producers, for our workers and our companies, so that we can make ourselves stronger. I think that the way we have done it before has more often split us from each other. We're absolutely see ourselves as a country that leads economically as well, and that the core of our leadership is around that affirmative vision.
So let me just ask you a quick question regarding Indo-Pacific economic framework. That Taiwan is one of really big trade partner for the United States, but Taiwan was not included. And at the same time, I think everybody asked here that, what's the progress here? Because we've been hearing, but it's not quite, I cannot really say it's transparent, but we want to see the progress because it seems it's just up in the air the way I've been reading and the way I've been studying. So can you just give us a quick answer for that?
Absolutely, I'd be delighted to, and my team will follow up with your staff as well. We just published the summaries of the proposals that we made to Taiwan in our first round of negotiations, which was about 6 weeks ago. And I want to let you know we made very, very good progress, and so we are looking forward to coming back to you with an update very soon.
Thank you so much. I yield back.
Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador. I really do appreciate you coming here today. I'd like to start out by saying I do not envy your job. As you know very well, our trade agenda is important for the strength of around the world, and yet this administration does not seem to have an agenda. And I appreciate your response to Congressman Murphy, but it's not just Congressman Murphy, by the way, who has shown sympathy for your position. We've been talking to trade partners around the globe, and they've all praised your skills, but they've all said that they feel bad because it seems like you have been sidelined by this administration, that you would want to be more aggressive in making these trade agreements, but you're prevented from doing that. Last week, I joined the chairman and a number of my colleagues in Mexico. This was on the heels of incredibly concerning activities by the government encroaching on the rights of private and more specifically U.S. businesses. I'll give you an example. Vulcan Corporation had their deep water port seized. I've got videos. You've probably seen the videos. But seized because a state-owned Mexican company did not like the terms of a contract negotiation. They have a court order, and yet it seems as if this government has done nothing. Our government, our administration, has done nothing to respond to that abuse. As you know, the trade relationship between Texas and Mexico is so critical, but actions like this are detrimental. I appreciate you saying, you can be a strong voice, and when you speak, people listen, and that you are standing up for the United States. Where are you in Mexico? Are you standing up for the working families in Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota, whose livelihood is being threatened because President Obrador is falsely attacking them and their quality and their safety standards of their produce, which is in direct violation of the USMCA? Are you standing for the U.S. businesses who are encouraged to invest in Mexico with the belief that this investment would permit their much-needed help and much-needed jobs and much-needed security to the people of Mexico? But instead, these companies have been abused and lied to by the Mexican government with little or no response from this administration, who is charged with enforcing our trade agreements. I'd love to know your response to Obrador's claims that while Mexico is clearly not abiding by the terms of the USMCA, it's the U.S.'s fault because we are, quote, misinterpreting the conditions of the contract. And I would love to also know, are you standing up for the U.S.? While Mexico is partnering with China and Mexican drug cartels are being empowered and enriched to bring thousands of pounds of deadly drugs, fentanyl specifically, into our country that's targeting our youth and murdering over 100,000 American lives, all the while making hundreds of millions of dollars. Where's your voice in that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to weigh in. Yes, we know Vulcan as a company very well, and we have been in very close touch with them and with the members of Congress who whose districts and states are affected and are deeply invested in Vulcan success. Here, I would say that we're very good. We're in very good touch with.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that.
All right, on corn,
I do want
we've
to
requested
switch
consultation.
gears to China
You've asked
because
me
I know that
questions,
trade
Congresswoman, and
has. Thank you. I appreciate knowing that you're in touch with them. But trade is a tool to improve workforce
you asked me if we're standing up for them, and the answer is
and I appreciate it. But
and on the
unfortunately,
drug
for the first
issue,
30
on
seconds
the
of
drug
your
issue,
question,
that's
you took a lot of
an
time to say,
enforcement problem.
and I'd really like to be able to get an answer because I got 1 minute and 5 seconds left. Trade is a tool to improve some of the workforce conditions, enforce ethical business practices, and partner with nations across our globe, extend our global influence and partnerships, as opposed to having to use military intervention. Specifically with China, are we effectively utilizing our trade relations with China to achieve these results? Does China use slave labor? It's a yes or no question.
Do you want me to answer this one? I'm not sure. I feel like you already know the answer.
Does China use slave labor?
I think you already know the answer, so I'm happy for you to
So
continue.
I'm asking you, you're here at the hearing, you're a witness, does China use slave labor?
Well, all indications are yes.
Okay, so are U.S. companies benefiting from forced slave labor?
All indications are yes.
Do you recognize the genocide of the Uyghur slaves is being committed in China?
All indications, yes, that is happening.
Okay, so how many coal plants is China building each week?
I don't know the answer, and that's not a yes or no question. So
I didn't say it was a yes or no question. I asked a question.
I defer to you in terms of the point that you would like to make.
And then I would also love to know why China's not being subjected to the same constraints that the U.S. is in the Paris Climate Accord.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Why is China not subject to the same constraints that the U.S. is in the Paris Climate Accords?
Which constraints are those?
I yield back my time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Panetta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Ambassador, thank you for being here, and it's great to see you having grown into this role tremendously. So I appreciate that, especially considering how busy you've been. Obviously, looking abroad with IPEF and APEP and USMCA enforcement, but also looking forward with our industrial policy at home and how it's been fueled by incentives for electric vehicles and clean energy, and actually supercharge investment in the United States, which will inevitably spill over into our regional trading partners, Canada and Mexico. And I do believe that in regards to our trade policy, I think we got to take more of a serious look at our regional partnership and using trade to our strategic advantage, especially when we compete with China. Because look, I think we know U.S. has the biggest and most innovative companies. Mexico has a very wide and inexpensive labor pool, and Canada has many natural resources. And I've read this lately, and I believe this: where North America goes, the world will follow. But I think in order to do that, we all got to pull in the same direction. So I was on that trip with Ms. Van Dyne to Mexico, and I have to tell you, I was a little disturbed by some of the comments by the president of Mexico, but more so by his recent actions. The populist and national president has proven that he may be in our boat, but he may not be rowing in the same direction. Looking at, he's taken steps to weaken Mexico's electoral agency. He's banning GMO corn for non-scientific and non-health purposes. He's occupying the private property of Vulcan Materials in Mexico. And he's even talked about taking steps to get involved in our congressional elections. Obviously, as you know, I have many agricultural companies that have investments in Mexico. So my question to you is, what actions and assurances can you, the United States Trade Representative, provide to my companies in my district that their nearshoring investment in Mexico is safe and secure?
We will do everything that we can using the tools of the USMCA and tools that are outside of the USMCA to secure a positive investment environment in Mexico. At the end of the day, though, I think we do have to recognize that Mexico is a sovereign nation, and their leaders have the right to make decisions that we may see are not in their best interests. But you are absolutely correct about the nature of the relationship that we have with Mexico. We are neighbors, and thanks to geography, we will always be neighbors, which means that we are committed to using, whether they are powers of persuasion or whether they are tools of enforcement, to right the ship and to make sure that we are rowing in the same direction.
Great. Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Going to the other side of the world, let's talk Jackson-Vanik. Obviously, as you know, that amendment was originally proposed to promote free movement in response to Soviet restrictions on Jewish immigration. But since the fall of the Soviet Union, Kazakhstan has been subject to this requirement, which has been lifted for other Soviet states, including Russia. Freeing Kazakhstan of the Jackson-Vanik's outdated requirements will bring it closer to the Western world. I think that's clear, and out of Russia and China's sphere of influence. Ambassador Tai, the State Department, as you know, is supportive of repealing Jackson-Vanik for Kazakhstan. What is your position on that?
My position is that PNTR is in the jurisdiction of the U.S. Congress. Mr. Panetta, it means a lot to me to know that you are supportive, and I would be interested in working with you and others as you work on PNTR for Kazakhstan.
Look forward to working with you. Thank you for that commitment to work together on removing Jackson-Vanik from Kazakhstan. Would you support reinstating GSP for Ecuador?
Do you mean as part of the reauthorization?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I think that it would be, I am interested in working with all of you as you work towards GSP reauthorization.
Look forward to working with you. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador. It's a pleasure to speak with you. One thing about being the last person on the list, so many of the questions get asked. My dear friend to my left asked the one I was going to ask you about Ecuador, but just a little bit. I grew up in the 1980s, and I grew up in a very rural town. Farming was very big. As I represent agriculture, so I do support, applaud you guys on the work that you're doing. As my colleague to the left mentioned, our meeting with the Mexican president was very interesting, to say the least. So our corn growers in my district, very important. We've got to open up those markets. But, you know, living in that small town, I also saw so many of the factories close down. And I was almost going to quote the old Billy Joel song, Allentown, you know, to my dear friends from Pennsylvania that have all left us, but living in Allentown for the Pennsylvania we never found. And I just want to make sure that as we look at our trade policies, I think one of your former colleagues used to say, we want to sing from the same hymnal, we just got to make sure we're singing from the same page. So a couple of items I just wanted to touch on. You know, we look at rare earth materials. There's really nothing about rare earth. It's just rare that we can get a permit for a lot of these rare earth materials and also get the financing to develop them. Secondly, as we do this rush to the new, the renewable energy, we have to be cognizant of the fact, and that's why I was glad Jimmy brought it up, but we've got to look at our regional partners when it comes to developing lithium. If anybody has Googled or YouTubed a video of cobalt mining, the environmental practices there are horrendous. The youth labor, child labor, and the fact that 14 out of the 16 companies that have the mines are all Chinese. And so as we move to this economy, we've got to be very cognizant of that. I'm going to divert real quick because I do have one question. I want you to be able to answer it and give you as much time as you can. Some foreign e-commerce companies have been reported to as avoiding U.S. tariffs by selling directly to American consumers under de minimis, okay? It is estimated that U.S. imported about $128 billion in de minimis shipments last year. This treatment gives foreign e-commerce companies a leg up on many of our U.S. retailers who are paying millions of dollars in tariffs for the exact same products. However, it's a balancing act of trying to level the playing field without raising costs, obviously to American consumers, during the inflationary times. Regarding the foreign trade zones, like the one that I have in my district in central Ohio, it definitely impacts my district. Do you think that the U.S. should level the playing field for domestic manufacturers by enduring de minimis is applied to shipments from U.S. foreign trade zones?
Congressman, I think I agree with everything that you have laid out in your entire presentation. Let me come to your specific question on leveling the playing field for American producers. And I'm sorry, it would, I think it is at this point in the hearing. The specific proposal was by applying de minimis. That's right. Let me just say this. I think that I understand why it happened in 2015 when I was up here, when we expanded de minimis, and I think that the way it's operated has raised really legitimate questions around whether or not there are loopholes and exploitation and abuse other than how it was intended. And so I am absolutely always interested in leveling the playing field, and on this in particular, I'd be very interested in following up with you to look at the specific proposal you're suggesting.
If you would very much appreciate that. Also, again, following up on my colleague to the left, you know, we did have an opportunity, and I will tell you, and I don't know when you served exactly on this committee, but the chairman and the ranking member, I think, have really done a great job of trying to get out and talking to real people with our field hearings, and obviously the trade trip that we just did, and we got to hear from many different countries. They are eager for American leadership around the world. And so it's important that this committee work continually in the bipartisan way that we have in the past to make sure that we all, again, are singing from the same page and the same hymnal. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fitzpatrick is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador Tai, for being here. Ambassador Tai, your team had advised us that you and the administration have begun negotiations with the EU and Japan, and possibly others, designed to skirt the requirement in the IRA requiring that critical mineral inputs for batteries that come from the United States or other countries that the United States has free trade agreement with. Obviously, I think we're all clear here, the agreements that are being sought are not free trade agreements. Only Congress can pass FTAs. Last week, I asked Secretary Yellen if she was aware that both Japan and Germany withheld semiconductors from U.S. automakers in favor of their own automakers. She indicated she was not aware of that. I also pointed out Japan's extensive use of non-tariff barriers that make it almost impossible for the U.S. to export autos to Japan. I informed her that cars exported to the EU incur a 10% tariff compared to a 2.5% tariff on European auto imports into our country. Perhaps most importantly, we made her aware that China itself is the biggest supplier of battery technology and production to both Japan and the EU, which means allowing these foreign battery products to take advantage of the IRA's risk benefits benefiting China. Domestic investment and American jobs, obviously, in my estimation, will be clearly impacted by the administration's attempts to circumvent the FTA requirements enacted by Congress. So I have a few questions. First, and I know I'm not alone in this, am concerned as to what, if anything, America is getting out of these negotiations. Do you believe that the U.S. automakers will U.S. automakers receive tariff relief and better market access? Or are these negotiations really a feel-good exercise?
Congressman, you raised really legitimate questions and concerns regarding the bigger picture of where we are and also where we're trying to get to, which is to be in a stronger position, especially in this industry. No, on the specific types of benefits you're talking about, those are not things that our automakers will see as a result of the types of things we're negotiating right now. But what I would like to say is what I do feel strongly about is the European Union, Japan being important allies in building towards more secure supply chains in the larger picture and in the more medium term. I take your point on the specific question that you've asked, but also wanted to say that in terms of a vision towards nearshoring and friendshoring, more secure supply chains, that these are some of our strongest partners for doing that work.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the main concern is given how integrated Chinese materials are, specifically in the battery components from these countries. what are we doing as a country? What's the administration's plan to ensure these Chinese entities, many of them controlled by the CCP, that supply European and Japanese battery makers don't benefit from this?
I think part of the issue that we have is, given where we are, which is not an ideal place, and given where we want to go to, there's no switch that we can flip to get from where we are to where we want to go to. And so in a number of areas, we confront this all the time in terms of how we're thinking about the U.S.-China trade relationship. A lot of it is about how we envision a transition from where we are today to where we're trying to get to that can be effective and that will work given all of the needs of our industries and where we are. So I think that's my best way of responding to your question, which is what we need to do is figure out whether or not the things that we're doing right now make sense as step one in a longer transition that will take probably a more medium-term time frame to successfully complete.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Ambassador Tai, thank you for your testimony and taking all the questions. We look forward to partnering with you and working in a bipartisan fashion to make sure we address our supply chains and of course, the aggression of China. Appreciate you being here and look forward to working with you. Please be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written questions to be answered later in writing. Those questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record. With that, the committee stands adjourned.